Hey
Ooh.
What have I missed?
Oh,
I'm
just
talking about the game
VR
Into the
chat,
Radius.
chatting about
Yeah.
VR stuff.
Nice.
I was playing Into the Radius, and my wife was watching, and we were chatting for my birthday today.
Yeah, happy
But,
birthday, still.
Thank you again.
Yeah.
But anywho, long story short, I did some research on the game to find out what types of enemies there are, find out what I need to do to start off the game and started a new campaign. And now that I know how to kill some of the enemies, it feels less like a horror game, which it's not supposed to be. It's kind of like a stalker game where like you have to go in and kill these zombies, but they're not zombies, they're the shadows. And
Right.
but now that I actually did some research, I actually feel equipped to go do so. So instead of being a random civilian going out to kill all this nonsense, I feel more like, an actual part of like a military team who was actually supposed to be sent into this game, which is the lore. You're part of the military sent in to fix this from Russia. So now I actually am no longer scared of the game. I can actually deal with the nonsense it throws at me. No spoilers have been watched, just general knowledge of the different enemies.
Yeah. That's the way to go. Who needs
Oh, yeah.
spoilers?
I've been
If you're gonna play, if you're gonna play a game, play it.
I've been enjoying
One
the
thing-
Beat Saber.
That's a lovely game.
Hell yeah.
One thing that's really cool of Into the Radius is the fact that your guns actually decay, and like in terms of their health.
Same thing
So
with
as
the
a gun-
Walking Dead.
Nice. But as the gun gets worse, it starts jamming more. And there's different types of jams in the game. Some are just a failure to load the next bullet. Some, your gun actually jams. You have to pull out the magazine, cock the slide, try to get it out. Sometimes they're more severe. Sometimes your gun just blows up in your face and causes a lot of damage,
Ooh.
depending on how damaged the weapon is. But you can actually clean your gun and keep them, keep them from getting damaged for longer by keeping them clean.
Wow.
I really love it.
I had a game like that one time. I can't remember what the hell the name of it was now, but yeah, you had to keep your gun clean and oiled and all this sort of stuff.
Oh yeah. In order to keep your guns clean, you actually have to find WD-40. You have to find basically any type of brush that you can find, like even a toothbrush works for cleaning it.
Yeah.
I actually found a cleaning rod and some paper towels as well to help with cleaning it.
Yeah, cool.
What is this?
This is Into the Radius. It's a VR game. It's a survival shooter for VR veterans. And boy, let me tell you, it is scary if you don't know what you're getting yourself into. It does horror and suspense really well without actually being a horror game.
Well, I can't do it because I don't have VR.
I'll have to stream it at some point because it is so much fun.
Yeah, I keep thinking about getting VR, but that's all I've done.
It's
at the moment.
awesome. I love VR. It is so much
I
fun.
want to try it out. I really should have tried it out when the mall here had, what was it, $40 for a period of time actually at the mall.
Yeah.
Where you could actually just pay $40 and you got to try VR at the mall.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that place is gone now.
Ah,
Yeah.
oof.
I've had some of my friends come over and try it.
There's Junkyard.
Hey, everybody's here. Oh, and
Indeed.
my friend came over today and dropped off some carrot cake cupcakes.
Nice.
My favorite.
So first off, an apology. I know I said I'd be on around 9. It turned out I got lost trying to work on the next of the legacy weapons I'll be introducing. Another apology because that object is incomplete as yet. But just be patient, Thunder. It's coming.
Oh,
It's no
nice.
secret. It's no secret, but yours is the next one. Yours is the next one I'm working on.
Awesome.
And
Can't wait.
it's been particularly difficult. And after that will be Junkyard and then 3/4.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, I don't need mine till last because I already got a nice weapon for a while.
Yeah.
I'm
It's going to be a weapon. It might be
well, that's
an
true.
armor or some other item. And
that is
actually,
true.
probably the last person to get one will be Nestor.
Make yours before mine. Come on, give yourself something nice.
I may consider that only because it's your birthday.
Go for it.
That said, Thunder, last night, Retro 3 and I played a very interesting game of Storm Chasers.
I saw some pictures from it.
I've been hearing about this.
What was this multi-vortex I've seen?
Oh, multi-vortex? Do
Look, no
share!
one is
WCS.
You've just really got to play it.
Let's just put it this way. In Soviet Russia, tornado chase you.
See, I kind of want to actually be seeing things like this multi-vortex, but oh my god.
This is a game mode wherein the host is chased by the tornadoes.
That would explain why you literally have a multi-vortex tornado.
Yeah, because they're all sort of overlapping on top of one another.
I just sent the proper theme for that in general.
Yeah,
Yep.
Junkyard here was not a fan. But
Alright,
That
I have
is
to pull up my
neither-
dice roller.
that
Why
is
is it on that
not.
monitor?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm like trying to figure out why things keep bouncing between monitors on me.
Oof.
And am I to understand that you are back
the
from
meantime-
college, Pat?
Yes,
Awesome. We
Nice.
have another reason to celebrate.
Nice.
I've been back last week, so I came back at literally the last day of April.
Okay. Well, it's a bit late, but congratulations on completing a year of college.
Yep.
Yeah. Congratulations.
And let's hope the party doesn't schism.
Indeed. So, when last we left off, you decided after exploring the totality of the remains of Byron, you came to
Byron.
or
Bryn.
Bryn, I apologize, Bryn. You came to the interesting conclusion that the tornado that came after you was much more aimed, and that the town itself was highly conveniently collateral. It was entirely intended for the six of you. You then decided to protect what survivors you could, set up almost fortifications, and to further protect them, you ventured back into the cave that had access to the drow, and you
Nestor did something, or not Nestor, Nyexzor, kind of.
Yeah. you did
something.
the spider exploration thing, but this time the whole party was much closer, and you ventured down a different tunnel. You experienced the same teleportation field that you had previous, but this one, at the edge of this one, you found something rather disturbing. You found a bunch of drow in what appeared to be an arena, cheering on some form of gladiatorial combat with slaves of various races. And above it all, 3 mind flayers. which seem to be levitating over the event, and their tentacles were wriggling and twitching in what you could only describe as ecstasy. Thereafter, you hatched a...
Well, okay, they were wriggling and... Sorry, they were wriggling and writhing with ecstasy until we showed up. And then there were two of them.
Yes, without going into too much detail, you decided to go absolutely nuts, and in a combat that should have been far more difficult, you laid waste to 3 Mind Flayers and 2 Drow Taskmasters.
And a dozen of drow.
It should have been far more.
And about...
Like 20s.
Actually over 2 dozen, 2 dozen Drow spectators.
Or drow. They had family.
The latter of which is really pissy. The latter of which is not a good day.
Yeah. You guys then left the cave with the survivors. I'll just sort of gloss over the rest. You took them back into Bryn, and they are they're going to very slowly end up rebuilding the settlement.
And now we have some...
And I think we just
Now we have some healthy
earned
people
allies
in
out of Bryn.
Yeah, now we actually have some healthy people in Bryn to help with the sick and wounded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't got to worry as much.
Can we just say that Bryn is now our ally now?
I think Bryn's
They
been
never
an
weren't.
ally. Yeah, because we were in the caravan.
Yeah.
But it's not like having Bryn as an ally is going to help us in the future, apart from maybe we can get some goods once they start getting their base rebuilt and, you know. But they're not really a warrior type. Are there even any guards left? Apart from
Not
some
really,
of the
no.
warriors we
However,
just
now that
got.
you've actually collapsed the cave, they don't really need them.
Yeah.
I'm worried about their ability to get food themselves. Do they have any hunters?
Yeah, any like the hunters like arrow.
There are a few. There's maybe 1 or 2 elves that are decent with a bow, and they know the they know the finer points of foraging and whatnot. They'll be able to survive until the next caravan comes through, which should be in about a week and a half.
I'm saying these are elves we're talking about. If out of character, this is elves innately know how to use a bow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If an elf can't survive in a forest, they're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Basically. All right. Well, we got out of the cave. We've now helped Bryn settle back down and start rebuilding. Might be time for us to get
To be
going
honest,
ourselves.
this part is almost as bad as this is gonna suck, isn't it? Out of character.
Traveling.
Well, we've got a long way to go. We have to go on foot. And we're not made of time.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's move.
shall we be on our way?
Yeah, let's get going.
Let's go.
Really only option we have, yeah.
Anybody have any rations for the road?
I would assume I probably would.
I have.
By the way, out of character.
Yeah, I got 10 days rations.
This is starting to feel like, yeah, out of character. This is going to be sort of like the you know how Mark Ruffalo refers to the Avengers as a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
I'm starting to feel like we're about to have that Avengers moment where the party comes close to schisming.
I hope not.
Now, this is all out of character. This is all out of character. And I'm going to do my part to make sure this party stays together.
We have a Civil War arc coming up ahead. We just don't know it yet.
Not funny. Don't even joke about that.
I am not that kind of DM. I am the kind of DM that has to use the restroom.
All right, and that wouldn't even be up to the DM. That would just be the group.
Seriously, guys, don't even joke about that.
Why? It's fun to joke about that. Like, it was a good line. It was a good plot line in Avengers. I loved that line. It was sad, but while Sen's away, one thing I loved about Avengers Civil War is the fact that, you had one side where the Sokovia Accords were wanting to control the Avengers and have somebody tether them and basically put them on a leash and be controlled, which is what Captain America would have wanted when he first joined the military. It's kind of what he did. It's what he was used to. And then Iron Man was on the side where he wants total freedom. He wants to be his own man and be his own superhero and not be controlled by people. But by the end of Iron Man 3 and by the end of all the Avenger films, up to Civil War, that had completely flip-flopped. Now Cap was on the run with Bucky Barnes, and Iron Man was the one wanting to be reined in because he had just killed thousands of people with the Avengers Age of Ultron, and it was just completely flip-flopped from what it was when the first films came out. It is so good.
I haven't actually seen that one yet.
I've watched them all so many times.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
watched the
me
other
too.
ones. Haven't yet seen that one yet.
Oh yeah, all of them are super good. Yeah, I love Iron Man. Got to be my favorite superhero.
Nice.
In the
All right.
meantime,
So,
Oh.
who wants to take the party's fate?
I always love taking the party's fate in my own hand. That's up to you guys if you want to put your life in my hands or if you want it to be in someone else's.
I tried that once. It didn't really work out that well for me.
You got 5 seconds, otherwise I'm clicking the roll button.
32.
I guess
Well, it's better that than my
Shit.
roll. So we're taking the 32, or
Unless somebody
no,
rolls higher.
Just
well, I don't think
76.
that's the point.
I guess
I'm not rolling.
No, I'm not going to bother.
I mean, if Sen wants to
Yeah, I
use
got a
my roll and know what
76
it
on that
is,
one.
I'll say it then. But
Them scores are good enough.
if you want, you can use my roll. I had a really good roll.
I mean, it's up to him.
yeah, it's up to the DM.
I don't know where the DM went.
That's
Oh,
not
no.
good. When the DM is silent, that is not good.
If you can hear us, then go ahead and press Control R on Discord.
No,
But,
Pretty sure you heard me. That might have been pressing Control R because it'll reset his Discord.
somebody else just dropped out.
Oof.
There's Tornado.
Junkyard's back.
You're mute, junk. Up there.
Yeah, Control R resets your Discord, and that's what I bet you that's what Junkyard just did as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so my roll was a nat 1.
Yeah. Wait,
This
you
is
rolled
why I
a 1
love-
on a percentile?
No.
Yeah. When he asks that, it's a D100.
Yeah, I know, but no, I didn't roll a nat 1 on a D100. Not at all. Exactly what I did.
You have been having the worst rolls as of the past 2 weeks.
Oh, shush. It's better than my game of threes.
Oh, that was hilarious. I almost named it that title.
Oh, you should have called the game of threes.
The game of threes.
Yep.
But I kind of
'Cause,
like the
man,
title
that
I
was-
used.
I don't know what it was. I honestly don't watch them because obviously I play them.
It's true, but it's always nice to recap. And
That it is.
let's see here.
Did anybody ever take that longbow from me?
No.
Didn't think so.
I think we put it away so we can sell it.
I have it on my back still. I have it, and I have some
by the way,
arrows,
say
but
hello to my little friend.
say hello to my little friend.
The cave.
I didn't.
I called it the cave and a pissed off Nyexzor. The cave. Oh yeah, the cave massacre and a pissed off Nyexzor.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and do my best
And
to make
that-
sure the party doesn't, schism.
Oh, I got good news, Junkyard. I no longer need your eyes of sight, goggles or whatever.
Oh, you got the 120 foot.
Yay.
Yeah, same here.
Okay.
Devil's sight.
There he is.
What happened,
Yeah.
man?
I had to reset my router.
Ooh.
Ugh.
And
So who's rolling the
Oh.
percentile?
oh,
I thought
yeah.
I thought I heard somebody get a
I also
32.
I did.
I got a 76.
Hold on.
That
I thought I heard somebody get a 32. I believe it was
Me.
Nyexzor.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going with the 32.
Ah!
Yeah, I rolled a nat one. I rolled my percentile and rolled a nat one.
I actually rolled a 31 anyway, so
Not too
Oh,
far
close
off.
for the
Oh,
32.
since we're seeing. Yeah, that's a 44.
Okay. So
Put all the numbers together.
I'm gonna
you
start rolling my. Let's start getting rid of persuasion at this rate.
the most of the day is relatively uneventful. At near the end of the day, I require everyone to make a perception check.
Perception check.
Oh, a check, not a saving throw. Actually,
22.
aren't they both the same thing? 18.
It's gonna be a 27.
18,
Jeez.
That was
Okay,
nearly a nat 20.
I just got dunked on.
That's a 15
Nope.
from me.
15 is good.
What was it? 28. Nat
28 is
20.
good.
I was one away from nat 20.
I got up there, but I wasn't. I was still about 6 off from an at 20.
Wow. So did we
Okay.
all just obliterate that perception roll, or what?
Yes, you did. You guys all hear a rhythmic from some distance away.
A rhythmic what now? Splat
Didn't-
splat?
I didn't really hear much.
It sounded like a distant. It sounded like a distant rhythmic whooshing of wind.
They go.
Interesting.
Are we still in the woods?
You are very much almost at the very edge of the woods. Like, Bordan, with your eagle eyes, you can actually look, and even though night is falling, you can see you've only got about a mile and a half, 2 at the very most, before you're outside this forest.
Right. Great. This is good.
Interesting.
Like the woods are getting There's still a lot of trees around,
Thinner,
but they're
thinner.
very clearly beginning to thin out.
Yeah.
Oh, this is all kinds of interesting.
Okay,
You're-
and what direction was the rhythmic sound coming from?
That was coming from the west.
What the hell? I
Okay.
want to look that way.
Right,
Yeah,
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
your
Let's-
Take a look.
Okay, you guys start walking, and you can still hear this, but it sounds very, very distant. Like, I'll give you that you guys walk
Oh.
for about half a mile west.
Oof.
Right, so we've gone.
let's see.
And I still can't see this with my eagle eyes.
Wait a minute. I just realized. I was rolling the. I figured I might as well roll a perception check.
Anyone wants to? Yeah, sure. Roll me another perception.
I figured I might as well do one just for shit house luck, and I rolled a 25.
24.
I'm not
Got a
even.
net 20.
Okay.
I'm at 28.
That's 23.
That's a
Okay,
28.
you guys are...
Jesus.
I ain't rolling threes today.
Absolutely not.
24.
You guys can tell, however far away this is, it's miles off.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we see what's going on from here as the sun's coming
Cannot.
down? Okay.
No.
No, and I can't
Yeah,
see
it's
that
best
far.
if we get back on our original. I mean, it's best if we get on our original path. If we can see it, we can see what it is once we make it out into open fields. Then maybe we
Or is it-
might.
Yeah,
Or-
maybe we can get a higher vantage point.
Can I climb any of these trees?
Certainly.
All right, I'm gonna climb a tree.
That would be an athletics check.
Athletics, not acrobatics.
Climbing is a strength-based thing.
True.
Bleh. I'm gonna fall out of that tree. You'll never guess what I got.
What you
A 3.
three? You open your mouth.
So,
I opened my
Mordon, catch him. Mordon, catch him.
Yeah, I rushed to grab him as he's falling from the tree.
it's not even a matter of that. Everyone has a bit of a laugh, including Pippin as he tries to leap up for a branch,
Just can't reach the wrist.
sort of like hesitates in the air for just a second, flails a bit with his arms, and then falls and lands on his feet. He just can't.
It's like something out of fucking
Can somebody
Looney
lift me up?
Tunes. It's like something out of. It's like
Can somebody
something out of
pick me
Looney
up,
Tunes.
please? I can't reach the branch.
Yeah, Nyexzor
It's
scoops
like
him up.
something out of Looney Tunes. Oh my!
Oh dear.
Make me that athletics check with advantage this time, Pippin.
This could be a 19.
Okay.
Wow!
With Nyexzor, with
I
Nyexor
love that.
boosting,
That's like a Looney Tunes.
Oh, jeez, I'm picking up some child.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's like. You boost him up, and he is then easily able to grab a branch, and from there it's an easy climb.
Oh, Pip, go.
Just couldn't reach the Don branch.
I just found that whole situation hysterical. It's like, he hangs in the air for
By-
a moment before
by the way,
hitting
for-
the zone.
By the way, for roleplayers purposes, Nyexzor's markings are still kind of glowing that blue. By the
Okay.
way. So,
Well,
I'll call up to Pip. Can you see anything?
Well, Pip is going to have to join me in the Dungeon Master chat
Hi.
so I can tell him what he sees.
Ooh,
interesting.
I spy with my little eye.
Dun, 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 But yeah, that yakety sax thing is like perfect for what happens during that Storm Chaser's Inception mod.
I should play that with you guys.
Definitely.
I didn't like it.
Oh dear.
Let me guess. It didn't like you.
Something about carrying, quote, the bomb. Let me ask you a question. Ever played Hot Potato?
Yes.
Mhm.
Now do that with tornadoes. And you've got a fellow, and the fellow Storm Chaser is the potato.
Oh, I've had a few of those, but not with tiny twisters. I've had some EL4s and EL5s between me, trying to squish me in. Like, heck, get out of here! Get out of here!
Oh, this is so much worse. This is so much worse.
Ow.
Because as you get more points, you unlock higher and higher grades of tornado, much like in Field of Power. But instead, the points cause bigger storms to chase you, and these things move fast. I'm talking upwards of truck speed.
Yep, they do book it. I got out of my truck last night to take a few photos, and looking through the lens, there was just this wall of cloud coming at me. It was like going so fast. It was like, get in the truck. As Sen said a couple of times, flee the abomination.
Yeah, like I said, one Storm Chaser is the potato, and you're playing Hot Potato, and you're basically playing a game of Tornado Hot Potato.
Yeah. It's a bit like a game of tag.
Yeah, except someone always has to carry the bomb.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to. Oh. Y'all hear that?
What?
I played the Illuminati theme.
Oh.
All right. Pippin is gonna start climbing down the tree now.
Okay. Does he need
Down
any
to
help
you
to get
guys.
down the? Does he need any help to get down the last bit?
I'm pretty sure I'm still down there.
I mean, he's just gonna roll 22 in acrobatics and kind of leap off the branches,
That I'll let acrobatics work for.
which would make sense with acrobatics being jumping like down
Yeah.
and like.
So you parkour your way down the tree, and with far more grace than when you went up and come down.
Well, all right. So there's a big blue dragon down there.
Nyexzor
case-
tilts his head.
What's it doing?
I don't know. This type of dragon is not supposed to be out here. It's a big blue dragon. They're evil creatures. At least this one is. They're supposed to be in the desert. I know
Oh my
about these
God.
things.
That's
Why is it out here?
Good question.
Anyone who has
You know, I'm get-
roll or anyone who has proficiency in it can roll Arcana.
I do.
Roll me
That's
Arcana.
a 26 for my Arcana check. That is my 26
Well,
for
I'm
my
not
Arcana
proficient,
check.
but I rolled a nat 20, so 23.
Okay.
Because
Holy
why
fucking
not? Because
shit.
I'm a blue dragonborn.
Okay. So here's what you guys, Nyexzor,
Ooh.
here's what you were able to put together. You essentially can confirm everything that Pippin has said. These are blue dragon. This is if it is truly a blue dragon, they are traditionally almost exclusively evil. It's not just this one. All blue dragons are evil. They're just born that way. Even though you are a blue dragonborn, you have the you have enough free will. You have enough free will to not follow that
That path, yeah.
that alignment.
Unless he gets pissed off.
As a
Oh,
blue
yeah.
as a blue dragonborn, you know that blue dragons, they don't breathe fire; they breathe lightning.
Yes, we breathe lightning.
Senku, you
Yes.
also know that, yeah, blue dragons usually live in arid desert regions, or at the very least they live in wastelands.
So
to
why would a
find-
blue dragon be out? That's the big.
Puzzles
That's the
me
big blank
as
spot.
well, too.
Yeah. What the hell's it doing? There. Could it be injured?
That's what I'm beginning
Could
to
be a
wonder.
possibility.
Plus, isn't this near the town of Bryn? Or
You guys have
at
covered
least
about
close to
10 miles, so I mean it's close.
Not really, then.
The dragonflies, but
Could still
It's
present
at
a
least
problem.
close enough that there's a little bit of concern there. Would be an accurate statement, right?
Nestor raises an eyebrow and says, "You really want to pick a fight with a dragon?"
Not necessarily.
No, actually.
Especially if
No,
it's
I-
one that's not young. We don't know if this
Yeah,
is
especially-
young or not.
I don't want to
I'd
pick a
advise
fight with the
you-
dragon.
We should not.
Hold on,
I don't think.
I don't want to pick a fight with the dragon. I want to know why it's not in its home. I want to know what drove it away.
we're
These things are
observing it
powerful
now.
beasts. Why is it here? Why isn't it in its where it belongs and where it likes to be? Why would it come to a forest of all places?
The thing
Yeah,
is,
force. Yeah,
They
the thing
hate
is, even
forests.
if we go up to
It's-
it, may very well still go after us. So even going to try and figure out why it's here may end up resulting in a fight.
we should.
I'm
we
with
should
Perrin
survey
with
the
this.
situation from afar.
Yeah,
We
As
should survey
far
the
as
situation from afar.
As far as I understand it, blue dragons do love to just have a good fight.
yeah, they're generally okay. They're universally evil, present company accepted. Nyexzor.
Hmm.
I got my eyes on you, Nyexzor, now that I know this. No, I've known this from the get-go.
Actually,
Eh,
just
Eyes
gonna
on you.
chuckle a bit, smirk.
Like, I'd be willing to risk a conversation with a green dragon, not so much a blue.
yeah, but
I can
again, it just doesn't make sense. Something is not adding up here, and as an artificer or a scientist, I like to know what I'm going up against and why things are happening. So
Well,
Yeah,
I feel like we
there's-
should survey the situation from afar.
I'm thinking if we do convene with the dragon and actually talk, it would be best maybe me and Nyexzor, him being dragonborn, me being small and helpless. It wouldn't feel intimidated and might even talk to us having another blue dragon there.
And
yeah.
Extremely risky.
I do speak
Or-
Draconic, but it is extremely risky.
I can understand
Extremely risky
Draconic.
and
Yeah,
reasonably dangerous.
Then
Yeah.
Yes, this is also why I say we should observe the situation from afar and see and figure out more about what's going on before we decide to head in.
yeah, I agree with that completely. We should take a look at it from afar before doing anything, if anything. But if
Yeah.
it's hurting people, I'm going to go in and try to talk to it regardless. But I think fighting it is just
We
a
don't
death
know about-
sentence.
Yeah, we don't know enough about the situation to make an accurate judgment call, which is why we need to observe from afar, figure out what is going on, and figure out why it's doing what it's doing.
Can you
Yeah.
make... You're an
Because-
Senku, are you able to make, like, binoculars or something?
Actually, let me see.
Because I don't need these goggles
Artificial-
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me look at that. Hold on. I'm looking at my infusions right now. Actually,
I don't know if
have
there's a
these open
magic
all the
item
time.
that is binoculars, but binoculars are not magical, so you probably could make them.
I'm pretty sure, assuming you could.
Would
Of
make it
course, I
really
already
matter
have
if you
goggles
have the
in my hand.
material.
It would take time, the materials, and
Hmm.
access to a forge. But yes, you absolutely could make binoculars or a spyglass or something.
Nice. Well,
And forge is something we don't happen to have.
sadly.
Yeah.
I can't conjure one. I'm not that skilled.
Hold on. Does anyone have any lenses?
No.
I
I
don't
haven't
think
found
so.
anything like that. You probably have
Darn.
some being like out of character. You probably have some being artificer.
Would that be an accurate assessment, Sen?
I think he's AFK for the moment.
Because if that's an accurate assessment, I could just potentially find it. If there is any bamboo here, I could find a tube. I could find a section, haul out a tube, and make a primitive telescope that way.
Oh, we still need the forge. Telescopes are very
One forge.
interesting.
I mean, like I
Yeah.
said, a primitive telescope. It wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't give you any real power to observe the stars, but it could at least allow you to survey the situation from afar.
Binoculars
least a
aren't
little
going to
bit
help
more.
with stars. At least not what I'm talking about. I don't know. That'd be up to Sen.
Since if we're talking something super simple, super primitive, you could probably get away with doing it without a forge. But if you want something that's of at least decent quality, there's no way in hell it's going to be done without a forge.
And especially not for like 10 miles.
Yeah, you're gonna need something decent for 10 miles.
But if we get close, we should be able to. Well, we should be fine if we got a little bit closer and got into a high spot.
As long as we're out of sight and hiding.
I
Well,
thought we were 10
if-
miles from Flint, not 10 miles from the dragon.
If we could
10
actually,
miles out. Go ahead.
if we could actually get to within a mile of it, I should be able to see it.
Yeah. Well, let's continue walking and we'll see.
Okay. You
We could still
guys.
okay.
Okay. So, Senku,
I was
you were
gonna
going to
say-
say something?
Yeah, I had an idea for making a primitive telescope, one that's not exactly very good quality. In fact, it'd probably be 10 billion times worse than the telescope you could buy on the market today. But it'd be enough to do some, at least fairly good it'd be enough to do some decent observations considering the situation. Like finding if at all possible a hollowed out, or finding if at all possible a bamboo tube, hollowing out part of the end of one and inserting a small lens, and hollowing out the bigger part of the same tube, and putting a larger lens in there, it wouldn't be very good for basically anything other than gathering simple intel, but it'd be good enough.
Yeah, you don't have. You are an artificer in terms of the fact that you like make magic items. It's not like.
Oh, I'm not an engineer.
I mean, you yourself are, but that's not. You're an engineer. You're not MacGyver.
So he doesn't like carry all this stuff with him that he needs, right?
Well, fuck.
Yeah, you just
Out of character. Well, fuck. Hey, I tried.
Well, let's continue heading down, and we'll get some binoculars either bought or made next time we find just anywhere that sells lenses and has a blacksmith we can use.
Make no mistake, you could make that stuff. You could make a spy. You could make a spyglass or binoculars, but you would need a forge and you would need the resources, and neither of which you have at this exact moment.
I found some adventuring gear off of one of the assassins that I found earlier. I don't think I only have it written down as adventuring gear. What was in that?
Your basic pack, a few days of rations, a document. It's basically a document of facial drawings, and like it's essentially their contract.
Hold on. A document with facial drawings on it?
Yes.
Yep, it pulls it out, and it's of our group, basically.
There's hand-drawn images of all 6 of the party members.
And Senku's response is, "Okay, who the heck decided to put cracks on? Who the heck decided to put cracks near the area where my eyes meet my nose?"
Hi. Just gonna hold up a picture of him. My nose is too big. They didn't get my nose right. How dare they?
By the way, in case anyone was wondering, out of character, I was making a reference to Senku's actual look in the anime Dr. Stone, because Senku has like sort of cracks near towards the insides of his eyes. I actually found a good picture of it, like right here.
I hope
putting it in campaign
understood
pictures.
My reference.
Yeah, that's what Senku looks like. See those cracks there? That's basically what they did to his head. It's like, okay, my head does not look like that.
The rest of it's fairly accurate.
Gee, thanks.
So,
I'm sorry, I had to come up with that slight bit of humor to ease the tension.
are we really gonna head west through the edge of this forest towards the Blue Dragon as night's closing in?
No, I don't think we should through the night.
Yeah, this sounds like a bad idea on so many levels.
I do agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just get back on a road and head out and hope we don't see that dragon ever again. Just keep note of it.
Huh? What happened?
We're correct there, buddy.
I'd like to keep calm,
Okay, what I
but
missed?
they can't get my nose right. Love that.
We're deciding to leave
All
the
right, what
dragon
I meant.
alone. We're deciding to leave the dragon alone.
We're gonna head down
Until
the
we
road,
can
I
survey the
assume.
situation more effectively.
Yeah,
Like
for the
not
moment,
at
anyway.
Yeah.
Or not as nightfall's closing in,
No,
because the dragon may not be able to see us, but it
can't see
can
it.
certainly smell us.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
prestidigitation, something like that.
Okay, now it can't smell you.
That's true, but at least I could stealth. Could do
Yeah, the rest of us,
damage.
not so much.
It's just gonna like.
I bet
"Ow,
you
what's
can
that thing poking my
smell
ankles?"
me even more.
Dragon.
Well,
I haven't eaten dragon
out of character,
in a
if
few
you
moons.
out of character, I could cast prestidigitation on you and make you smell like thioacetone.
Oh God.
I can cast prestidigitation on you. Make you smell like Nyexzor.
Okay.
So,
I don't know.
So you mean you'd
I
make me smell
could.
like ozone?
I don't know. I could make you smell like a lot of things. Okay, random thing out of character. I like how whenever I talk as my character, I'm looking up at my ceiling. Like I have a short
That's great.
scene. Oh, it's wonderful. Anywho,
Okay, so you guys are headed back to the highway now.
Yes.
But we're definitely putting a pin on that dragon, and we're basically saying keep an eye on this situation.
Absolutely.
Be aware of the situation as it unfolds.
I need to get some sewing needles.
Yeah, there might be a chance yet where we can find out what's going on with him. But for now, just leave him alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to get ourselves into a situation that we can't win.
See
Yeah.
what I put?
Yes, and I'm trying to remember what movie that's from.
Bolt.
Oh yes.
I loved that movie.
It is an adorable movie. Loved it.
All right, so I need another percentile roll to see how the night goes.
I will do that one. 56.
That's a 64.
All right,
Came first.
56 came first.
I'm pretty sure I was saying 64.
You was
Three
fairly
fourths
quiet.
beats you by a second.
He said he was fairly quiet, but he did say 3/4 did say I'll deal with that. But I'll make sure you get the next one.
I'm gonna turn up my microphone then.
Okay. I mean, I basically now have banked 2 rolls of a 76 and a 64 that you could use.
Yeah.
But percentiles are a little bit different.
Yep.
Yep.
And banking those doesn't count. But I
Well,
will make
fuck.
sure you get the next one.
And I am turning up my microphone a little bit so I'm not that quiet. I didn't realize I was.
Normally you weren't, but that particular time you were just a little bit. That particular time your volume was low.
Yeah.
Odd. I must
Yeah,
have
a
been
little
looking away
slow
when
on
I
the
said it.
trigger there.
Oh no, I was
Yeah, I guess
fast
I'm
on
a
the
little
trigger, but
slow
there's
on
a
the
silencer
trigger,
on the gun.
You're not slow. You're not slow. 3/4 was just a little bit faster.
I just like getting you guys killed. I mean, I just like rolling dice. No.
Okay, so yeah, you guys take watches, and the night is uneventful.
I'm going to do some meditating
Okay.
because I need
And
to
you roll
recharge my great weapon master.
Fair enough. Senku, roll me a d4.
Alright. That is a 4.
Oh, that's so
Okay. Over the course of your watches, basically once per watch, whoever was on watch hears a very, very distant and quiet rumble of thunder.
Interesting.
And
Oh,
Senku, give me an intelligence check.
Okay. I did not mean to put in 54. That is a 24 for my intelligence check, and I'm not even joking.
Okay. So you ultimately figure out that because of how far and sparse it is, that's that dragon breathing on something.
The hell?
That's interesting.
Dragons breathe lightning. You guys are hearing the thunder from that lightning.
Yeah,
Well, blue dragons do, but yeah.
especially this one. Well,
Yeah.
seen it maybe once or twice.
I mean, if we didn't know if we didn't know that was a blue dragon just based on all the details we saw already, now we've definitely confirmed it.
Yeah.
Or-
I
I
saw the
probably
dragon,
already
it was
confirmed it
very
earlier
blue.
though, but
Oh yeah, it was confirmed. Pippin saw the thing.
It had a very pointy thing on
But
its
even if-
forehead. I think it's a unidragon.
It what?
I don't know, it
So-
had like a weird pointy thing on its face.
Yes, out of character, dragons have a horn.
Yep.
It's
Oh.
like a unidragon.
My Little Pony starts playing.
Also, random thing. Out
of
of character, unicorns actually did exist. However, they were not horses; they were actually rhinos, and it was just depicted incorrectly as time went on. Just people saw pictures of people riding horned horses, but they're actually rhinos that they were riding, not horses at all.
This is actually a documented fact?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, and there's
So that's how it
blue dragon.
Yeah.
That is
So that's
totally awesome.
Yep, it's called a pointy thing on its forehead.
Yeah, we don't want to go around messing with that. Fuck.
Especially
no.
if it's higher than a young one.
Yeah, if it's an adult, that'd be a horrible option.
If it's young, it's more persuadable.
Young is manageable.
Just
Adult, not so much.
And if
I
it's
knew somebody-
ancient, we're goners.
Yeah, if it's ancient, we're just dead.
Knew a dragon. I once knew
can you
someone
tell
who
me
faced a
age?
white young dragon.
It still begs the question, what the hell is it doing here, and what is it breathing lightning at?
Let's hope we don't find out.
Agreed.
Yeah, obviously something strong and something very devastating must have driven it out. I would assume the cult. The cult's been doing bad things. It's safe to assume that they've probably done something to PO this dragon.
But they might not necessarily have done something. We don't know.
That's true. But
It's
Yeah,
equally
that
possible- It's equally possible and infinitely more disconcerting to think that maybe they have
we're controlling
bribed it into their employ.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
would. You'd
That's
think
just gonna
they'd
send Nyexzor's
that.
blood boiling, make his
You'd
markings
think,
go
though.
brighter.
I doubt it
When he's
because
hearing-
they just attacked us. If this dragon was actually hired by them, wouldn't they have sent that too?
Who's to say it was that thing isn't after us? Let's
Because
be
they know where we're at.
Yeah, but they might also think we're dead.
Agreed.
I mean,
I don't know.
there's not a whole lot. There's not exactly a whole lot left of Bryn. The two cultists, or the assassin and the cultist that survived, fled before the storm hit. There's probably a reasonable. They probably have reasonable doubt of our continued living.
Yeah, but we
Existence.
don't know how they siphon things' blood. They might have, when they got Nyexzor and I don't know which one other one of you were stabbed, but I know Nyexzor
That
got
was
stabbed and
me.
when they got his blood. That was you? I had no clue.
Well,
But
and
when
they
Sensu
got
and
me as
Nyexzor
well.
got stabbed.
I got hit by an arrow.
Yeah, we don't know if they can tell whose blood they're siphoning, if it's more powerful or less. If they would have killed one of us, they would have gotten more of our blood, and maybe they would be able to know. Because you can hear the souls screaming when the storms roll in. You'd think they might be able to tell.
And by the way, guys, if we get injured by any of these guys' weapons, don't pull the arrows out. I cannot stress this enough. Do not, under any circumstances, pull those arrows out if you get shot by any more of them. Because, well, A, obviously you don't want to cause more damage to healthy tissue, but B, it allows the enemy to get more blood that way. So I left my arrow in.
Mm.
There's logic
Smart.
to that.
That is, and there's already logic to that, is you don't want to pull out the arrows because then you're bleeding more, regardless if they're siphoning it or not.
Yes.
Exactly.
But
It's keeping pressure. It was the fact that the arrow was in there was good. Was keeping pressure on the wound.
as we're walking, I'm going to be casting my healing elixir cantrip to heal everybody up.
I don't need it, to be honest.
I don't think.
I don't
We don't
think
really
any.
need it,
I don't
do
think
we?
any of us needed it. Nobody
Yeah.
really took anything.
I
After a
got-
long rest, you guys are fresh.
I didn't know I got healed because this still says I'm at 68 hit points.
You are now at full.
Oh, okay.
Yep. After a long rest, you get all
I
HP
thought-
is recovered.
I thought we fought the cave people and then just left. I got damaged in there.
We did leave and then we took a rest.
Yep. You
Oh,
left,
okay.
And then as you left, you pursued the dragon for about half a mile, decided it was the worst idea in a long, sad history of bad ideas, turned back, set up camp, and had a long rest. It's now the following
Okay.
day. Senku, as promised, you may take the party's fate into your hands.
Holy
Senku's
shit,
gonna
that's
roll
even
D100.
better than the last roll I got. That's a 72. I just took the party's fate in my own hands, and I came through for us.
Hey,
Depending.
depending
If someone
on
wanted to-
what he chooses, it could be good or it could
Right.
be really bad.
Yeah, he's like, if you get a 70 or higher, I'm going to send the dragon your way because it's more likely to come over there. But if it's lower, there's a lesser chance of it coming over. You never know.
Guys, at least let me have a small victory. This is the first time I got a really high percentile roll on anything.
Good job. You did good job.
The day is uneventful. The weather clear. You guys are now well outside the forest, and you eventually you crest over a hill, and you see a sight some distance away. It appears to be just a cloud of a massive cloud of dust rising in the distance.
What the hell?
Oh
That's
my
not
god.
good.
That is not good. That is not
it's
good.
not high, but it's whatever's causing it is obscured by it. Bordan, please give me a perception check because you're the only one who could actually see this.
Okay. Let's 23.
Yes.
Okay. Join me in the DM chat.
Oh. And
Oh shit!
Oh
Um,
boy.
Hide. That's either a dust devil or that is a really powerful tornado.
On an out of character note, I think it might be our good friend, the Blue Dragon.
Twister?
I think our blue dragon friend.
And honestly, I highly doubt it's a CR16 adult Blue Dragon, unless there's some sort of twist to the fight, if there is a fight. Or unless we're not meant to fight it. And hell, I don't think it's a CR23 ancient Blue Dragon.
And Sen wouldn't do that to us, would he?
No.
It wouldn't be a case of dragons fall, everyone dies, right? But
Let's put it this way: a good DM would not throw a CR-23 at us.
So Retro has to go to the bathroom, but when he is back, he will divulge that.
All right.
He will divulge what he has seen.
I have seen things.
I fear for my life.
Well, you successfully fear for your life.
You naturally rolled a nat 20.
Very funny, guys. Very funny.
I will also be right back. I must feed my cat.
All right.
You succeed in feeding your cat. In the meantime, my mom got the basic ingredients to make kitsune udon, so I get to have fox noodles for the first time in my life. I've never had fox noodles before. I wonder if they're any good.
And I have returned. Okay.
Hi.
Hey, yo. I'm looking
Sun is
into
here, but we are all
How
here.
screwed are we?
us. Sen's not here.
He
Yeah,
wanted to go
beating
feed-
cat.
Ah, right. Well, I don't know if we're totally screwed, but I can see animals through this smoke that is the dust.
Animals.
It's horses. There's riders on them. This is a full-blown army, an organised army. There are at least 200 men on horseback.
Perhaps this is about the blue dragon.
What? Possibly. That I don't know. All I can see is that there is a full-blown army of
Damn it.
200 men, at least. And they are
On
all
horseback?
and they are
On
all on
horseback.
horseback. Yes, they are all on horseback.
And which way are they going?
That I don't actually know.
Probably hard to tell through that dust.
Indeed. The only thing, that's all I can tell you.
My assumption would be that they're after that dragon.
I don't want them to. I don't know.
If it is the dragon that they're going towards, then obviously the army is coming directly towards us.
Because there are two assumptions I can come up with. Either A, they're coming to deal with the dragon, or B, they've already heard about Bryn and are doing something, but I would not expect them to send just an entire cavalry army over to Bryn because it was destroyed. I would expect something different.
So we
No,
can
no,
assume
no.
it's
If
for
you
the
think about it, it
dragon.
makes perfect-
So my best assumption, based on what we do know, is it's likely going to be for the dragon.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, however, think about it in a separate manner, though. What if you knew that there was an incident in Bryn, you needed to administer first aid like as fast as you could? These guys could be cavalry to help protect.
If they're moving that fast, then they probably don't necessarily have, say,
Supplies?
the supplies required for a mass casualty incident. They would need something slower.
I'm back. First off, I did
True.
hear you, Junkyard, when you said you successfully feed your cat. And yes, I did successfully feed my cat.
I've just been relaying to them what I could see through the dust cloud.
Yep. And like, to be clear, they're not. It's not like they're riding at a full gallop. They're trotting.
Okay.
Either way, doesn't their path basically bring them directly in line with us?
We don't know which direction.
Yeah, forgot to relay that. I apologize. They are traveling south by southwest. So they're sort of traveling overland. They're at the moment using the highway to the best of their ability, but they're sort of spread out in lines almost like between 20 and 30 horses wide. If you had to guess, there's there's approximately 200 horsemen in this contingent.
Yeah.
And are they riding in...
Can we tell where they're from?
Well, they're coming from the northeast.
No, like what city they're from.
Well, before we do that, Junkyard, you were trying to say something? Or Senku,
yes,
rather?
it kind of... Yes, this is out of character. Are they sort of like riding in lines, or are they riding at like one horse there, and another horse over here, and they're all riding in sort of a...
They're riding in full-on battle lines.
I'd assume they're riding as a column.
Yep. They are in full-on battle formation.
That's
just
probably
probably...
my assumption of they're going for the dragon.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they're using the highway to the best of their ability, then it means they're going to be coming right towards us.
Do we approach them, or do we go to them, or do we let them come to us, gentlemen?
I don't know, either one.
Let them come to us.
I think that's the safer bet. And keep your weapons stowed.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep your weapons stowed.
Shall we stealth it?
Just stay stay where we are. Keep the weapons sheathed and let them come to us.
Yep, and don't stealth because we don't want them to think that we're hiding something or with somebody else.
Exactly.
All right.
So,
fine.
Another 5 minutes passes, and
we're watching.
Yep. I assume you're taking 10 or taking 20 to observe these guys. And you see...
Yeah, and Senku's basically sketching stuff.
Yep. You see the lead line not stop, but slow for a moment. And then you see a rider break off and start galloping towards you at full speed. And as he breaks away from the cloud of dust he's kicking up, you can clearly see he's a standard bearer, and he is flying the Brailish flag.
Yeah, I was wondering if they
good news, guys. I think we got friendlies.
But do we have anything to wave to show that we're friendly?
We had a pass, didn't we, to speak with the Brailish Prime Minister?
You do at that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
looks like that's gonna
wave
come in
them
handy.
over.
He comes right up to you, trots, and looks down at you, smiling. He looks like your typical career soldier. He's clad in full plate armor. It's well polished. He doesn't just have a Brailish flag. He has the Brailish crest on on his
Oh
shoulder.
yeah, we have friendlies.
He does remove his helmet and looks down at you and smiles.
Greetings, friend.
Hello.
Hello.
He nods and says, "Greetings. My name is Lieutenant Kenneth Lighthawk. What?
My name is Senku Ishigami.
Okay.
I am known as Buldan.
I'm Nyexzor Zorsh.
I'm Perrin.
These guys just call me Pippin.
Nestor introduces himself last. But he introduces himself as Nestor Felgate, which you recall is the pseudonym that
The alias.
the alias that he first met you with. This
Yep.
dude removes his helmet and, like, even though he's on his horse, he actually bows his head a bit to you, and proceeds to dismount and says, I would have he looks at and then he looks at you and says, your names were sent by missive to Prime Minister Bergeron. Are you the Syrian envoy we were told to expect?
Indeed, we are.
Indeed.
He looks
Yeah,
around
I'll
and
go
says, we were told you'd be arriving by caravan, and we expected to run into you much
There was
sooner.
an attack. There was an attack in Bryn. The city suffered serious damage.
His eyes go wide, and you see the color drain from his face, and he's by the dragon.
No,
No.
not by
No.
the
No,
dragon.
no.
Something
Large-
far worse.
By the Colt.
Worse than an adult blue dragon.
Indeed.
Much, much worse.
Much, much worse. Indeed, yes.
He looks at you like he looks at all of you like you're one by 6 heads, and says, "How do you get worse than an adult blue dragon?"
Well, with a nat 20 and a 30,
I
30
d-
total
I did
for
a
my
nat 20 too.
persuasion, it's pretty darn easy to see how bad the cult can be once you finally witness them for the first time. It's bad.
I did a nat 20 with persuasion. I can
Got a 30 in
basically
my
tell them
persuasion.
all about the weather events we've been
Jesus.
dealing with
Yep, and I'm talking with them.
and the cultists
you
we've
know.
been dealing with.
Okay, so the two of you basically go
Holy-
back and forth, finishing one another's sentences. You successfully persuade this guy, and he says, "Come with me. You're gonna need to speak to you're gonna have to speak to General Zipperich right away."
Absolutely.
Yes, and I
All
do
right.
believe that there
I'll
is.
Take us to him.
I do believe that I believe that I have something that might be able to help us. Minsouth is currently helping me with the development of it back in Syri.
The missive said as much. Start making your way towards the column. I will ride ahead and tell the general to halt forward movement, and he starts taking off. Big old war horse
Let's move, guys.
cutting. It takes you about 10 minutes to get there. You see the whole contingent slow down and stop. Everyone's still everyone, it appears that the general has called for a break because there are people milling about. Most of the soldiers have dismounted. Some are sitting down and like eating rations and what have you. You are ultimately directed to this burly hulk of a man. He's almost he's actually bigger than you, Bordan.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Yep.
and Senku's response to
Just
seeing
hold.
this man is, "Oh my God, you could grind meat on it." Ah, no, bad thoughts, bad thoughts.
Except you can't really say that because he's clad in full plate, so you can't actually see his abs.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
He's a matchstick. He's a
Um,
matchstick inside a huge suit of armor.
Or he's just really fat, and the armor's actually really thin. You could maybe
Tom-
store a few rations in there, but
I'm
Tiny little
sorry,
bloke
it's
in a
just hearing
huge
you
suit
guys
of
go
armor.
back and forth about this.
oh, what it actually is? Oh, in the end, we'll find out it's actually a gnome, and like the armor will open up, and this tiny gnome will like hop out of the suit, and it's actually a, he's artificer, and this is a big suit of armor that makes him taller and more menacing.
So
I'm sorry, Sen. I brought this upon us. I apologize so dearly.
No, you have nothing to apologize for. This is absolutely typical of a proper D&D game. These segues, I in a way relish them, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job of including them, but also sticking, but also not being overwhelmed by them. You're sticking to the plot. So this guy takes his helmet off, and you can kind of now see why he's like half a head taller than Bordan, because he's not human. He has pale blue, rocky-looking skin. You recognize this race immediately as a Goliath.
Ooh.
Okay.
Awesome.
Oh boy, he's a tall boy.
Wow.
And he looks at you, smiling broadly, and says, I have been told you have some pretty tall tales to share. And you convinced
Oh, trust you.
you convinced my lieutenant. So
All we have to do is convince you.
I don't necessarily require convincing, and even if I did, that wouldn't change my mission to hunt this blue dragon. But
What has the blue dragon done?
so far as we can tell, very little. We think it is acting under some orders.
That's what I was afraid of.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I could be assistance with.
He looks at you, and you can tell he's a bit taken aback by your appearance, but he also is, like it's clear that he trusts you.
Oh. This is good.
Give me a moment, because I've been planning this for some time, and now I can't find.
Uh-oh.
Now I cannot find a specific name.
All right.
This is the name of a dragon?
Run upstairs really quick. I'll be right back.
It's the name of the guy.
This is so awesome that we've found some good guys.
Yep, I'll be listening, but I'll be right back. I have to go to the restroom.
Yeah, I'll be right back myself.
Also, I'd like to keep cold, but I just can't get my nose right.
That was a funny thing. You guys are. I've said it before. I'll say it again. You guys are amazing at the role playing.
Thanks. By the way, to keep the RP going, yes, the markings on my body have not gone away. It's gonna keep showing till Nyexzor's temperament kind of boils down.
Also, Nyexzor, give me an insight check.
Insight
Insight.
22.
22.
Wow!
Please join me in the
Dungeon Master chat.
You've been kind of swept up in everything, but now that you're in the presence of not just a soldier, but a high-ranking Brailish official, and you've just finished offloading. You've just finished an exposition dump to this general. You realize, with only one exception, you haven't heard Nestor speak directly to you in now over 24 hours. And every now and then, you glance and you can see him looking at you, and there is disdain in his expression. Every time he sees it, he promptly looks away. With that, let's get back to the others.
All right. Okay.
So there will be.
Ooh, does Nyexzor have some information to divulge with the party?
That is up to him. I don't necessarily think it would be wise in the middle of a conversation with this general.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right. Okay.
Yeah. Not the time and place for that.
Yeah. And I will continue with the general when Retro comes back, because I am finally able to work. Player backstory into the campaign.
Nice.
Which is something I very much enjoy doing.
Yeah, I did a whole spew. I did a whole spew on my thing.
Yeah. And as soon as I find the opportunity to work into it, I shall.
Nice.
What about me? What about Mr. Professor Senku over here?
I'm on it. I try to do things with each individual player arc, or each individual character's. Each individual character will have an arc, or a story event dedicated to them.
I can understand that. And I take it the tornado siren is part of mine.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's so cool to see.
So all things good, are they?
Yes, you're back. Excellent.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Your timing could have needed a little work, but you gotta go. So Ziprich continues. We believe the dragon is acting under the orders or request of someone who should be dead but isn't. An old necromancer, Zamasil, from several centuries ago, and Bourdain, make me an intelligence check.
That's intelligence 13.
13 is good.
Oh, thank God for that.
Join me in the DM chat.
Right.
I love how my character is slowly becoming, like, he's an assassin, but he's also a mage.
Yeah, and Senku is already becoming a full-fledged scientist. I mean, if you think about it, he's basically inventing what could best be described as he's inventing the entire field of meteorology from the ground up.
Then again, you also have two survivalists that are super in tune with it and are like, yeah,
don't need it.
don't need it.
Then over here, either you got two survivalists, you got an engineer, you got a fighter, and a magic smart dude, and then you got this rogue that's capable of cutting things completely in two in a single swipe. It's happened twice
that,
now.
Mr. I destroyed a mind flayer in one shot and he didn't even see me as I bisected the motherfucker.
I also leaped like 30 feet across a gap with a net. I think it was a net 20 or a 19 in athletics.
Yeah.
Yeah, you jump across the entire chasm. You whiff the first blow, but that's enough to spook the shit out of this mind flayer as it passes a couple inches to one side, and then, yeah, that was just to make sure I got your attention. Bye-bye. Boom.
Just, yo, Mind Slayer. It looks up. Have a taste of this. Nice. And then,
Meanwhile,
like, you know,
And it's like you
Iron Man landing.
bisect him down the middle.
I like
Meanwhile,
kinda,
turns them into pincushions.
yep. I like kind of flip the hood over my head as I land on the ground at the cape legs, or I look up like, who's and then I was out for the rest of the battle.
So the general drops that name, Zamansil, and no insight check needed. Immediately, Bourdain has a visceral reaction.
I know that name, Zamansil. He was a necromancer back on my isle. I was part of a ragtag force, and that was about 20 years ago. There was a large war, and I'm pretty certain that he was vanquished. This was back in my early years of adventuring.
You guys have been doing this for a long time. Dang.
Our people were sure that he was defeated.
Yes. Braillish history books recorded much as well.
Did you guys get any information on any potential leads, like clothes he might have been wearing? Were there any reports of that?
Traditionally, no. Necromancers usually just wear nasty-looking, menacing black robes.
He was a most evil man. I can't believe, if he's still alive, what he might be doing.
Alive isn't quite the word I would choose.
It's like they might have sucked him into like a soul, soul stone.
God.
And are keeping it alive through that? Because I once knew a necromancer that trapped his own soul in a soul stone just so he could stay alive. He had a whole cult surrounding him.
And you basically just see Senku go, okay, that is both weird and completely freaking disgusting. I did not need that mental image in my head. Thank you.
The truth is even stranger than fiction. Our intelligence suggests he has transcended the mortal coil and become a lich.
Oh no!
Okay, that is actually even worse.
I'm just completely silent. I have a complete look of shock on my face and extreme worry.
Noob here. What does that mean?
A lich?
Yeah.
A lich
That is no bueno.
A lich is a necromancer that basically can't be killed by normal means.
Oh jeez. Oh no.
Basically, they've managed to put their soul into an object so that they never die, and they can still be alive in a body permanently until said object, namely, which is called a phylactery, is destroyed.
Oh my god.
Literally think a Horcrux from the Harry Potter
Hey.
series.
Yes.
Except
Never
they can
watched.
only make one.
Watched.
Okay.
Guys, this is extremely bad.
I can
Basically,
imagine.
it's not necessarily something you want to fight.
Let's also, and Nestor also pipes up now. Let's also not forget that he is powerful enough to, at the very least, request, if not powerful enough to directly order around an
A
adult blue dragon.
Does anybody have the banish spell
That's
ready?
not good.
We might want that.
I don't think I can do that.
I'm an artificer. I don't think that's in my spell list, unfortunately. I
That's
can check.
arcane spell, not something I have.
I'll have it someday. Just not today.
If,
Out of
um,
character, I
if-
am checking artificer right now. No, that is not an artificer spell.
Well, fuck. Fuckity. Fuck.
There is, we do have more information, but it's considered highly classified.
yeah.
However, I was ordered if I were to encounter you, to have a small contingent escort you into Brayland and to our
Yes, we have
to
a
our
pass to
capital.
speak.
Speak with Prime Minister Bergeron.
Yeah, we have a pass to speak with Prime Minister Bergeron.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he then whistles, and a group of 7 Brailish cavalrymen on big old Clydesdales trot up, and they're carrying they're pulling with them several other war horses. He says, before you leave, you spoke of a town that had been destroyed.
Yes, well, at least seriously damaged, and there was another town before that had been destroyed.
Multiple towns.
See, and they were not destroyed by a dragon,
More
but by this
No,
cult.
by the weather. That's being controlled by the cult.
Yes.
See,
These storms are powerful. They can strike without warning. And we've seen the damage they can do.
well, we shall administer what aid and supplies we can to these towns as we search for and defeat and try to defeat this blue dragon.
Out of character, guys, what do you think? Should we point them in the general direction that we saw it?
Yeah.
To the dragon
We
or the
should do that.
town?
To the dragon.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This is
If they request it.
Part of me wants to say no, but Gotta do
This is a full army they're
something.
talking about.
Yeah.
This is a well-equipped detachment of soldiers. They know what they're getting into. They know what they signed on for.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't.
Yeah, I say we
it's-
point them in the
they
right
don't-
direction.
Their leaders
Yeah.
aren't dumb. They wouldn't send them if they didn't think they were capable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do
Let's
that.
point them
then.
in the right direction.
All right. So you sort of break out. You sort of break from your huddle, and you tell General Ziprich that they were essentially headed in the right direction. They just need to turn just a few degrees more west. Ziprich thanks you, mounts up, draws this big old longsword from his waist and points, and he just bellows, "Forward!" And the army begins to march, except for the 7 guards and the 5 war horses. So you guys mount up, and with a detachment of 13 guys, or 13 riders, 6 of whom set the standard for not to be screwed with. You guys,
I like these guys already. Seriously, said these guys are awesome.
the 6 guys not to be screwed with are you.
They are pretty
Wait,
awesome.
really?
I can agree with that.
I mean,
Yeah, the 7 guys with the 13 riders, 6 of whom are not to be screwed with.
No, they set the standard for not to be screwed with. And that's you guys.
oh yeah.
Okay, what gave you that idea?
Because I built these guys, and in no uncertain terms, even without the crystals, any one of you could probably kill 3 or 4 of these guys.
Okay.
They are, in no uncertain terms, beneath you.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh jeez.
Because there are things,
And
there are
we've
your
just
player classes, like your barbarian, your sorcerer, your druid, your artificer, etc. And then there are non-player classes like warrior, commoner, which they still level up, they still get the ability score increases, but they don't get anything else. These guys are also only level 5 compared to you at level 8.
we've just
Yeah, we set the
Send them
standard for not
into
to
the-
be screwed with.
and we've just sent them into the direction of a blue dragon.
Well, not all of these guys. I mean, Ziprich is a match for any one of you. Maybe even
Yeah.
more than one of you.
Ah,
Yeah,
this
I
is
would say the general will be strong enough to be a threat.
Yeah. The
Okay.
lieutenant also is the lieutenant also is right around your guys' level, a little bit lower. So
Can I just say I love Ziprich? He looks awesome.
yeah.
I love everything about these guys. Like seriously, this is extremely fun.
And it is.
It's 6 riders among these 13 set the standard for not to be messed with. I just love the way he said that. 6 of whom set the standard for not to be fucked with. Anyway, on with the plot.
Jen.
sorry about that.
Oh. Thought we
So,
lost you.
guys- No, you didn't lose me. I just had to give my kitty some TLC. So, any hoozle, you guys are riding. You're riding hard, but you're not. You're not insanely pressing the horses, and it takes you a solid week, or not a solid. No, it takes you about 4 days of hard riding. I apologize, but you do finally cross into Brailish territory, and the first thing you see as you're riding up, you see the Norlayan forest begin to encroach east again. And as you crest a hill, you see a city almost as big as New Syri.
Wow.
Or it would be if it wasn't
Holy.
utterly leveled.
What the hell?
What?
Everyone can make me an intelligence check.
22. Holy fucking shit.
21.
17.
20.
21.
Okay. I just need Perrin and Pippin.
I think he had 17.
I
got a 22.
2.
I heard that.
I got a 17.
17? Okay, so everyone passes. You guys recall all those days ago in the sort of briefing room for Queen Mira. You had heard about a town at the Syrian Brailish border that was destroyed through actions that no one actually noticed or saw or lived to tell about. And this is clearly that town. Beyond, also around that, you see a huge swath of land that is utterly barren. Like, you don't even see grass, and you see a clear delineation of grassy fields, city, desolation.
Oh my god, this place
Oh
got
my.
hit.
Good grief.
And basically, you hear Senku say, "Oh my god, this place got hit," and you could that the way he just says that, it's just like the color drains from his face as he looks at the ground scouring.
Can we tell, though, if this was from the tornadoes that we've been seeing or the dragon?
You can make me you can make me a perception check, actually. Anyone who wants to. And I'm giving you that.
That's a 25.
18.
Okay.
So perception?
Yes.
28.
That's
Nat 20.
20.
Holy
24.
shit!
That's going to be a 26.
Okay.
Wow.
You guys are riding, and the first thing that you guys notice, you've seen some ground scouring before, but not to this scale. This is a scale that even Bourdain can see Bourdain can see at best. This is not a scale measured in feet or thousands of feet. This is a scale measured in multiple miles. And as you're walking over it, you realize that this ground is Nyexzor realizes this with sort of a pang of his heart sinks a bit. This ground is barren and has been barren for years, decades, maybe even centuries.
Right.
Wow.
This earth, it's as if, what Rome did to Carthage, they salted the earth. That's kind of what happened here.
Mm.
Or that's what this looks like, rather. Nothing will grow or has grown here in a very long time. At which
we
point,
can tell this is from a tornado, can't we?
No, this is not from a tornado. This is absolutely not from a tornado. It's too big. There's no, like, you do see some ground scouring, but it's around the city and has nothing to do with the miles of desolation stretching out north and west.
Like, if it was a tornado, it would have regrown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was almost magical.
One of the guards looks at you, Pippin, and says, "You're absolutely right. This damage goes back 400 years.
Good.
There was
What is-
there was an organization, a group called a group of evil druids called the Blackthorn Conclave. They cavorted with demons and devils and desolated. Not only did they first cast a spell that destroyed dozens of cities or dozens of towns with fire from the sky, they then came in personally and used now forbidden magics to quite literally destroy the fertility of the ground. Nothing will ever grow here.
Oh no.
Oh no.
City we just passed through was a trade hub. That's the only reason it existed. Your capital suffered a similar fate. Fortunately, the sacrifice of an elder worm positive energy dragon created the terrain that your new Syri now rests upon.
Wow. Jeez.
Okay, well, I suppose all we can really do is continue on our way.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So another half a day passes. Eventually you start about 5 miles after about 5 miles north of the border town. It's like it's almost night and day, like grassland and a village and farming just almost poof into existence. And you guys,
And we still meet the. Sorry, we still set the standard for not to be screwed with.
yes, and Senku, you can give me an Arcana check. Actually, anyone who has Arcana can give me an Arcana check.
22.
I guess I can use a Flash of Genius because I got a 10. So what the hell not? Why the hell not? Flash of Genius. Let's make that a 15.
All right, and
It had to happen at some point.
I mean, I did
Nice.
roll a 22.
but do you have Arcana?
It's not proficient, but I rolled pretty high.
You need proficiency with Arcana
Like-
to roll for this one.
Yeah, I don't have it like marked.
Yeah, I apologize, but that won't work.
Ah, damn.
You actually need to have proficiency in it. So Senku, DM chat now, please.
Dang. I tried.
Mm.
I tried.
I like how while we're playing, while we're just role playing, I'm currently in VR cleaning my guns because it takes a lot of time to get these guns clean in game. And after I had a long mission with my wife earlier, and it just did not go well.
Ooh.
Well, it went wonderful. It actually went absolutely wonderful. I got a lot of stuff done, completed a lot of objectives. However, my gun jammed on me a few times because it was just that bad. But now it is at 100%. Durability. It's all good. My magazines could use some work, but I mean, could probably brush them off a little bit.
Gentlemen,
Put that back.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick one.
You know what we just passed through, right?
Yeah.
I look at you like,
Oh,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's probably why the
What do
dragon's
blue
here.
Where do blue dragons like to live?
Exactly. We now know why it's here.
Of course.
Yeah.
So this is it home?
It's a reasonable assessment, that's for certain.
Ah, shit.
It
Not
explains
for the
why
first
a Braelish...
time. I love having. Sorry.
Nestor pipes up and says, "Explains why a Braelish army was after it."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why would the thing be just sitting there waiting? Was it waiting?
Well,
for
I think
us?
it's fairly obvious that it's at the very least in league with, if not subservient to, Zamansil.
It makes me shudder
Which
to even
raises
think.
another question.
Makes me shudder to even think about
Which makes
that.
me- Yeah, but that just raises another question, and this is a big one. Is Zamansil, this necromancer guy, is he allying himself with with the cult?
For all we know, he's their leader.
That is.
That's a reasonable assumption.
Very well could be.
That is an assumption that makes my skin crawl.
It is also highly, and it is also purely an assumption. I mean, the blue dragon arrives out of nowhere, attacking nothing, and just sort of flying around. I mean, we have speculation that it used its breath weapon or its breath attack, but we have no idea what, if any, connection they have to one another.
No, we don't even know what he used his breath attack on.
No.
Yeah.
Could have just been food. I mean, Mayan Forest is as vast as it is populated.
Mind you, in saying that, he could have just been making himself a bed.
Exactly. We have zero information to go on. This is purely guesswork right now.
Speculation.
Yeah, he could have been sculpting the ground around him
And
so
it
that he
have
could just
been.
lay down.
Yeah.
At this
Might
point,
not be a threat at all. Might just want
any
some
one of
sleep
those
and some
options.
food.
Exactly.
At this point, any one of those options could be any one of those options could be the option that the dragon is taking. But all options are equally likely at this point. We don't know enough about the situation to rule one out over the other.
Yeah, and we're not going to find out for a while. We're good, but we're not a dull blue dragon good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All I know is that if Zamansil is still around, if anyone's going to be the leader of a cult, it's going to be that guy.
He was a necromancer, you said, right?
Yeah.
What would he have to gain by controlling the weather? I mean, it's not really his MO.
It's not. I really don't understand what he could, if it is him, and he is here. What the hell is he doing here, and why?
Having said that, I have come to a reasonable possibility for why he's at least working with this cult. He's a necromancer.
Hmm.
Death would be good for him.
That is true.
Yeah.
I
Just think about the devastation of.
Yeah. We found what?
My
12
God.
people after 12 people out of a small city of about 800.
Mhm.
788 zombies.
Yeah, that would be. It's like that's an army right there for him.
Yeah.
My God.
And he doesn't have to go out and do
That's-
much. You can just have somebody else help him.
That's terrifying. That is.
That
is
was
a-
kind
that
of
is-
always the
that
way
is
he
something
worked.
Nyexzor grumbles.
You're serious. Bordon, please tell me you're joking.
He always commanded a massive army, even in the days in the towers back on my land. He near enough wiped our complete island out.
Wow.
That's
And if-
insane.
If this
My people were scattered to the wind until we managed to pull back together.
that means that if this cult is using tornadoes, then that means that there's going to be a lot of dead bodies generated from some of the more powerful storms. I mean, we've seen
Wait,
tiny storms
oh.
before.
Wait. What all the bodies, they were gone. When we woke up, they were gone.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Oh,
Yeah.
that could
Oh.
explain that.
They were carried up in the storm.
Christ.
Probably brought over to him.
That is not good.
That's also not magic that I am aware of. That's the kind of
That's the kind of dark magic they'd be using.
you don't get it. That's not magic. It would take something akin to. I mean, I know I'm no magical expert, but to do that takes something akin to like a wish. That's you don't get more. Magic doesn't get stronger than that.
My gosh.
Are you referring to the tornadoes or the sucking up of dead bodies?
I wish.
The transportation of dead bodies over almost 1,000 miles. Yeah, there's no teleport spell. There's no teleport spell that works on. There's teleport spells that work on that distance, but not on that scale. Yeah. Unless we're talking about something bigger, unless we're talking about magic that's bigger than what we can do.
You say that and the color drains from Senku's face. Because he's already starting to... Can I make an Arcana check?
You
Sure.
can already
Hold on.
see
Mom.
Nyexzor getting in his little
Okay, hold on. Mom's...
mood.
Hey, Mom.
He's been
Good night, guys.
He's
Have a
growling
good
and
night. Enjoy your
mumbling.
day.
Good night.
Good night. Good
And
night.
That is a 20 for that is a 20 for Arcana.
Okay, join me in the DM chat.
Whoa. Oh my God. This is insane.
That
You know,
is-
I'm trying to remember how to say that one thing's name.
Sorry, but
Lama Tempesta or something like that.
yeah.
Lamata Pesta.
Come back here, flashlight. I need you. Drop my flashlight on the ground. Like, this game, Into the Radius, can be so slow sometimes, so I'm just finding... I need food. So I'm just walking around finding food while we're role-playing. It's difficult to find food sometimes. Got 2 cereal bars left. The only canned food I found I ate the last couple days. Actually, I just found some canned food.
The Martin Tetespa. He was the. Oh Christ! I've lost it. Was that the actual Prime Minister? No.
I'm sure.
Bergeron was the.
I just wrote out, I remember the name Lam Tempesta. I didn't write out, I don't remember. If it was a person or a place or something. I can't remember.
No.
Basically, Lamata Tempesta is, for all intents and purposes, a god.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, yes. Very much like Tempest
Basically,
as well.
when Nestor mentions that you need something on a scale of wish or bigger, like magic that they don't know about yet, you just see the color drain from Senku's face, and he mutters, "The magic of the gods." Guys,
Lamata Tempesta.
Yeah, some forgotten deity. The deity of weather and storms, Lamata Tempesta, however you pronounce that.
Lamata Tempesta. I remember.
Isn't that the deity that these cult members worship?
Yes.
Yeah.
That guy.
How convenient.
How does Nestor take this?
You don't see Nestor flinch. He just is sort of sitting stock still on his horse.
Like, he's so in shock that he can't even flinch.
Well, it's more like he made the connection, but you were the one to sort of figure out what he was thinking and say it. So, at this point, you ultimately do arrive at the Brailish, at the capital of Brayland. Which is known as, oh my god, this is why it's not good to have all your notes scattered.
Type.
Yeah, that's me writing down. That's me writing down notes. Basically, one of the other horsemen can see Senku scribbling things in his notes.
More bullets.
Yes, more bullets.
Yeah. Basically, said while we're role playing, Into the Radius is a super slow game, so I'm looking and hunting down food because I'm almost out. While we're role playing and not in combat.
So,
Just need more cans of food. And knives. I can't eat food without eating utensils for some reason. Like, you literally have to scoop the food out of the jar and eat it.
what about chopsticks?
If I could find some of those, I'm sure I'd use them. Wow. So far, nada. Did find a little bit of food, though.
Alright, I'll be right back.
The capital city of Breland is Nessa. Nessa.
In the
The what?
SSA.
The capital city of Breland is Nessa. Nessa.
Little play on the word for NASA.
Not exactly.
Oh.
Is it Brayland with a Y, like BRA or BREYLUND?
No, it's BREILAND.
BREI or AI?
EI.
Okay. So,
So you are
this.
you
right?
continue
That-
to be escorted. Pat has muted himself.
No, that's BRYLIN, I believe.
No,
BREILAND.
that is correct.
Oh. I must have missed a city in there somewhere.
Breland is the country. The capital city is Nessa. Nessa.
I love taking notes. It allows me to refer to them.
And I appreciate that. So,
Bad at taking.
Believe me, I'm not much better. I'm getting better, though.
I'm doing okay. It's just not the best.
you are like, once you enter the city walls, the first thing that becomes absolutely apparent is this gorgeous castle. Looks like it's made out. It looks like its finish is made of sterling silver. It's absolutely gorgeous and eye catching.
Wow.
And stands against
Wow.
it stands starkly in contrast to the relatively relatively bright but earthy tones of the houses and shops and buildings as you're trotting past. You've slowed from a full gallop to like a trot now, but you're being led right to this castle, which one of your escorts refers to as Sterling's Keep,
Nice.
because even though it has a layer of metal, it looks like it's sterling silver.
Dang.
It is
That's pretty cool.
an absolutely gorgeous sight. The castle itself, some of the battlements, if you had to guess, were 5 stories or higher.
I love this place already.
It's the Ivory Tower. Or not.
I dig the never-ending story reference. Also, Pat, I believe you may have muted yourself. I don't know if this is intentional or not.
Pat.
So,
Might be intentional.
yeah. You continue riding up through, up over a massive drawbridge that is lowered. You go in big courtyard, stables. Your guards dismount. They sort of gesture for you to do the same.
I dismount.
Yep.
Yep.
As soon as you guys
So
get
do
off
I.
your horses, stable hands and pages and squires come and they take them to get food, water, and rest.
Rest.
Yep. You are then ushered through this courtyard into a large reception chamber. From there, up several floors to a smaller reception chamber with large double doors. This place is intricately and expertly carved and decorated. There are torch sconces, but they're not torches. They're what you guys recognize immediately as continual flames.
Ooh.
And there are like crystal, almost chandelier style fixtures that catch the light and refract it.
This place is amazing.
Yeah.
Dang.
So even though the continual flames are far and few between, the way the light is caught by these crystal chandeliers and scattered, it's fairly bright. After a few minutes, another nobleman comes in, not from the large double doors that dominate one wall, but a pretty almost like your traditional secret passage, like panel in the wall turns sideways sort of thing.
Right.
He comes out, catches you a bit by surprise, bows slightly, and says, the Prime Minister will see you now. Please, this way.
Roger
We
that.
follow. Oh, yeah,
So we'll
I'll follow him.
along.
Let's follow.
Everyone fits through. Bordan has to crouch just a little bit.
Pippin needs some stilts, but
You walk down a hallway about 15 feet. At the end of it, there's another what appears to be a hidden panel. The wall rotates, and everyone slips through. You guys are in a large room, not dissimilar in appearance from Queen Mira's briefing room. There is a map. You see a Brailish soldier like leaning over it, studying it with some scrutiny. In a small, what could best be described as a small throne, further back is a man sitting. He does not have a crown on, but he is dressed in remarkable finery, higher than noble clothes. These are royal garments, royal blues and purples.
Awesome.
He stands up, arms out.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, there you are.
There he is.
Getting a little worried about you.
Yeah, went AFK for a couple minutes.
Noted. No big deal. So quick recap. You have been...
I actually heard it all because I had my headset on.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
So this gentleman, dressed in like royal blues and purples, stands up, puts his arms out, and says, "You are the envoy sent by Queen Mira, yes?"
Yes.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
He sort of nods his head deeply, and says, raises up and says, "My name is Aldeus Bergeron, the current Prime Minister of this fine country.
It is nice to meet you, Prime Minister Bergeron."
He looks at you and says, "The pleasure is mine. I received a message from Her Highness saying to expect you. Admittedly, I was not expecting you under these circumstances. You were supposed to be with a traveling caravan, and you weren't supposed to be here for another 2 days."
That caravan.
There was an
It's
accident.
all dead now.
Actually, I strike that. Not an accident. There was an attack.
Yeah, you say that, Senku. Nyexzor says they're all dead, and his eyes go wide.
Shall we tell him the story?
Yes, we should inform him of what happened.
While you're telling him what's happened, I'm going to go over and have a look at the map that this other guy's looking at.
Okay.
We stopped in Bryn, and we were supposed to rest there for a few days. Then there was an attack.
I'm familiar with the convoy's itinerary.
Yeah. While we were stopped in Bryn, the convoy, well, more like that we were attacked. The city and the convoy appear to have been collateral damage. Highly convenient, and I know it's kind of cruel to say this. Actually, forget Senku said collateral damage. Senku says we were attacked and in the city at the time, and the city suffered extreme damage. Thankfully, the city wasn't destroyed, but there were a lot of deaths, and the caravan was completely wiped out.
I see.
They were all
So-
taken out by a storm.
A storm. Last I knew, storms, however powerful, could not destroy cities unless they were on the shore.
These storms
These
aren't
storms
like anything
are
you've ever
different.
seen.
And much more powerful.
Imagine a storm with all of the power of a hurricane that can touch down virtually anywhere.
Such a storm is impossible.
Not
9.
anymore.
No.
Not anymore. Senku shows Prime Minister Bergeron his notes on the weather phenomena. By now you may have heard of what happened in Lakota and Byron.
Well, I rolled a net 20 to whatever I'll need. Explain
An awfully lot
Might
of
as well do
Explain-
Oh my gosh.
what the
Persuasion?
storms and what's been going on. And the cultists as well. And what we've been dealing with.
He looks at Senku's notes. He listens to what you say, and he is, you can tell, no insight roll needed. He believes that you're telling him what you think is the truth, but he doesn't actually, you're gonna have to convince him that things like tornadoes are
Exist.
yeah. And while you think of how to do that, I will be right back.
Yep, so will I.
Might as well go grab a drink.
Yep.
I mean, the best way I can describe it is the ground. There's this wind pattern that these things leave behind clear evidence of their existence. The wind pattern, it's noticeable. Most wind patterns you'll see, they'll be sort of lateral, kind of like a hurricane, kind of like the storms you mentioned on the shoreline. But these can create swirling patterns of wind in relatively small areas. We've seen some of these issues before. The ground, the way the grass is flattened, it's a spiraling pattern that continues for the path of this storm.
I have an idea.
And-
How about we put on a skit to show them what's going on? You guys be the buildings, and I'll spin around like a madman, knocking you all over.
How
What's
about
going
we
on?
do-
Get across.
What did I just walk into?
You know, like, whoa, I'm not a performer.
Nestor chuckles and says, "Somehow I don't think that would convey the point."
I mean,
I think it'd just be funny watching such a small guy knock y'all over. It would be
we can
quite a
mention
show.
Min-South. Out of character, we can mention Min-South and the research the research between him and Senku, because of course that is a thing.
I was gonna show him the assassin. Do I have the assassin sigil and the
could tell
mark of the cult written down from that assassin that I found?
As a matter of fact, you do.
could
Alright,
tell
and I
him,
just-
about the
I rolled-
funnels.
I rolled a 30 in persuasion.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Again?
Third nat 20 today. I like today.
He takes this information, looks it over, says, "Very well. I believe there is a cult. I believe they are after you. But I don't believe in this magical storm that can touch the ground."
Well, if you don't believe of the storm, would you at least know how to deal with it once you do believe in it? Because if you face it and you're not prepared, you're going to lose your entire army.
Indeed. And these things can come very powerful. Do
Without
not want to mess
notice.
around with it. Without notice.
I'm a stealthy guy. I've never seen one of these things before until I got in with this group. I've explored everywhere. I've been searching for magical artifacts. I've worked with people of high power, and I've never seen anything like this. And I didn't believe
And
it
then
until
Senku starts describing.
I got almost
Senku starts
sucked out of my
describing the
tent by one of these things.
Luckily, I kept you
Yeah,
safe.
Senku starts.
Thankfully.
Yeah, and Senku starts describing these wind patterns. Yeah, sir, the wind patterns these things leave behind is like no other wind pattern you've seen. Most wind patterns you'll see leave sort of a flat spread, like they're all blowing in one individual way. But when one of these things passes through, the grass itself is flattened into a spiral pattern. We've seen several of these things before, both the actual after effects and when these things were touching down. We even know someone, a man named Min-South, who I'm doing extensive research on these things with.
He raises his eyebrow and says, "I am aware of Queen Mira's vizier, though I do not advocate his presence. He has proven himself amicable enough to work with. But
And
nothing you
I feel that we
you're
I feel that we
explaining
should inform you that. Sorry.
you first.
If you do see one of these things, at least take this advice into mind. Get below ground. Avoid windows because these things can cause flying debris. like you've never seen before. These things the debris carried by these things can turn windows into shrapnel and cause severe lacerations to anyone in the area. You ideally you want to be in the lowest floor of a sturdy building.
We watched
interior room.
Just, you might not believe us, but be warned, we watched a town of 2,000 people get wiped out in 15 seconds by this thing. There's no going back after you see something like that.
There is very little of that town in Braylon.
Yeah. We had 12 survivors. I have the names right here in this book. And I'll never be able to unsee that.
He shrugs and says, "You speak with great conviction, and you have the Queen's trust, which is yet another feather in your cap. But you must understand, we are in the midst of our own crisis. I'm certain since you came here under escort, you are aware that my army is sent out to assist not just Braylon, but Cyri and Norlea in the removal of a blue dragon."
We saw that.
We noticed that dragon.
Yes. Are you guys confident in them being able to handle that thing?
He stiffens up as though you've insulted him and says, "I have full confidence
Easy, Pippin.
in the Braylon cavalry."
All right.
Okay.
Just wanted to see your side of things.
Two hundred of my soldiers are out there right now, and another 300 are getting ready to mobilize. They leave on the morrow.
Well, I wish your army luck. You're gonna need it.
What is the full number of your army?
Standing army 1,000. We can mobilize another 3,000 more within a week.
They're a very powerful nation.
Aside from my authority to request or order conscriptions, we could have in the span of 3 weeks a standing army of closing on 10,000.
Good lord.
They are a very powerful nation. I do not doubt their strength.
That is out of character. Was that a adult dragon or what? Did we figure it?
It was an adult dragon. They mentioned that the one knight that came over and met us mentioned they were going to fight an adult blue dragon.
Still have a gut feeling that's not a good thing.
I'm still not. I don't want to dip my toes in that water.
I'm just thinking to myself, just out of character here, guys, if they're sending 300 in the morning, how many have they actually got in the city here at the moment? Because we're here, remember, and we've got these storms that seem to be chasing us. And if they send too much army away from here, they're going to be left undefended.
Do you want to go fight that dragon?
Do we?
Not necessarily the best idea.
I mean, we might hold the power of these powerful stones. We've fought off hundreds. But you want to take on a blue adult dragon?
Are you nuts? Hold on.
No.
Yes.
No,
are you nuts?
No, you're misunderstanding me. What I'm saying is, if they're what is the size of their army in the city at the moment? They're supposed to be, in the morning, sending 300 more off to fight this dragon. Or to take care of whatever they've got to take. If they take too much of their army away from here, and the tornadoes attack here, they're going to be left. The city's going to be left pretty much undefended.
You see you see the color drain from Nestor's face, and shock, an expression of shock washes over his face. The dragon is a diversion.
Oh my
Oh
god.
shit! Oh
Then
no.
do we
One of us
stay
needs
here
to go
and
outside and
defend?
see the weather right now.
I mean,
Well,
I could dash out
need-
there for you.
I
We need to keep
I'm
eyes
just
on the
gonna-
weather.
got a 24 and actually
I mean,
not
I'll just-
24, 23
I'll
on
just
survival.
double
If we need to do the weather.
Okay, so at this point, the entire party breaks into a run out the secret passage, into the smaller waiting room, down to the larger waiting room, and out into the courtyard to look up, and you see the sun setting behind the sun setting behind one of the towers, and the sky is perfectly clear. You guys are outside,
We need to
so
keep an eye.
if you wish, Thunder and Perrin, you may, or actually anyone who has it, may roll survival. Which I Thunder, Perrin, and Bordan.
26.
Does it have to be proficiency in
Holy
survival?
shit!
Let's have a look.
Yes.
Because I don't have proficiency.
You need proficiency in it for this.
I'm
Yeah,
not getting higher than that. I got
Yeah.
a 26, so
Survival. Right. Okay.
I had a 22.
All y'all are proficient in survival?
yeah.
I got 14.
Good grief. The only one who sucks at surviving.
It's okay. I don't have proficiency in survival, although
Nor
I
does
do have a
Nestor.
+4 to my wisdom modifier.
Yep. Nestor doesn't have proficiency in survival either.
Proficiency doesn't just mean you have higher numbers, it also means what your character is good at. So you're not really going to be great at surveying the weather by character's nature, so that they wouldn't even think to check. Really.
There are a few things like, say, Arcana, that you have to be trained in, aka proficient, in order to even be able to do it, period, in many cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I took, my guy took Arcana, History, Investigation, Insight, Medicine, and Perception. Basically,
There are some things-
science skills.
There are some things that, unlike, that you don't necessarily need training in to do, say, perception or acrobatics, but it helps.
You know, I need to get better at pickpocketing people. Shoot, I said that out loud.
So you guys
Yeah, that's
And- you guys spend a few minutes studying the sky, and you're convinced that in 3 days there will be some there will be some heavy rain and potentially worse. But until then, you've got clear skies, calm winds, and fair weather, fair temperatures.
The most Pippin knows is red sky in the morning, sailor's warning. Red sky at night, sailor's delight. That's about it.
Okay, so naturally
Sorry
we
about-
shouldn't be worried. But we've
Our-
already
Yeah,
seen,
I am worried.
But we've already seen that the cult can summon something.
cause storm.
Pretty much at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still worried that this is. I think we should keep on our toes in case this is a diversion.
Yeah, I still don't like the idea of them 300 men leaving.
Yeah, it's like half the city's ready guard, right?
Most of the city's ready guard. Nestor points at, and Bergeron finally emerges and says, actually, it's all the city guard. This place has been peaceful for decades.
Ah, Christ. No, you can't send
I-
them men out in the morning, please.
Please don't.
Bergeron shrugs and says, "They're not coming from here. They're coming from they're coming from towns from all over Brayland to reinforce the contingent already in
Oh my
already
God.
under the dragon."
Oh no.
What?
No.
Yeah, we need. There needs to be some sort of guards here. With all the cult nonsense going on.
He shrugs and he then shrugs and says, "I believe you're dealing with a cult, but there is, as of yet, no evidence to support that the cult is in Brayllish territory."
Shall we show them the currency
Really?
we found from the cultist?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Show them
Well,
the
yeah,
Brayllish
the
coinage.
Well, that wasn't. Yeah, the Brayllish coinage, but we could have gotten that from anywhere. That's barely proof of anything except our own word.
I mean, true.
What about the symbols that we found as well? Should we show the Prime Minister them? Perhaps he might know.
I did.
To
Oh,
the,
I didn't. I forgot about that. I have the symbols from the assassin hired by the cult to hurt us. Just in that town that we were at a little bit ago, that name is now leaving my brain.
Brain.
Great.
Bryn. That's the
Bryn.
one.
Hmm.
I'm gonna pull out those symbols.
Also known as almost flattened.
I found these on the assassin that attacked us in Bryn.
Well, one of the assassins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get the other one.
Yeah.
I almost had the other one. That little bastard.
well, the Assassin's Guild does have a strong presence in this country, unfortunately. Want it known that I do not condone their presence here and would love to see them kicked out, but they refuse to go away like a bad odor.
Mm.
Yeah. On top of that, we've seen some of these cultists carrying Brayllish currency.
Well,
Well, that's if they live here. That's kind of normal. Sadly.
Hmm.
not
Well,
Yeah, that orc warband.
the same.
he raises an eyebrow at. He says, "Orc warband? There hasn't been an orc warband in about 2 centuries."
Orc warband. Was I here for that
We
one?
encountered them in
No,
Corwin.
you weren't.
Didn't think so.
Yes, they were in Corwin.
Yeah, Corwin.
And that's where you found that's where you first encountered the Brayllish coin.
Yes.
Yes.
That's where we first encountered the Brayllish coin, yes.
You can tell he is rolling. I'm not rolling dice, but you can tell he's rolling insight to see if you're lying, and you can tell you're not. So he's like, "Okay, that is something I can actually work with, and is disconcerting because that much Brayllish coin, enough to mobilize an orc warband, is very disconcerting."
Yeah.
I think we're finally
That's how we
getting
felt
through
about
to
it when
him.
we first bumped into him.
Yeah.
Please come back with me to my briefing chamber.
Right.
I
guess
follow him.
follow him.
Go ahead.
You guys go. You guys enter, and at this point, the sun has fully set, and it is now dark. As you ascend back up and go through the passageways, you see another. You see a noble woman. Who sort of falls in behind you, and who walks away, who seems to walk past into those big double doors, and everyone can make me a perception check.
20.
That is a 16.
27.
That's a 12.
Jesus!
I almost natted.
Give me 1 second. Got an 8 there.
And seriously, Sen, not for the first time, I'm glad I'm the brains of the party.
You're not the only brains.
Oh, he's the brains. You're the
The wise.
Yeah, you're the wisdom.
Yeah, I'm the wisdom.
Okay, that's gonna be a 25.
Well, actually, I'm pretty smart. I'm pretty smart.
I think everyone here is fairly smart. Okay, so...
Oh yeah, Pippin doesn't know the story of how I basically got I got 20 intelligence at level 1.
It's possible. He came close with his...
I came damn close
No,
to getting a 20 dex.
I had an 18. Actually, no, I had 20 dexterity right off the bat as well because of my +2 dexterity somewhere. Was it that or... Yeah, it was +20 in dex basically right off the bat.
I had a 19 because I had
Cool.
rolled a 17.
It's like we've got so many redundancies built into the party, it's ridiculous.
Same time, we have so many redundancies, but we also have a lot of just not redundant things that we need spread throughout the party.
Absolutely. You guys are one of the best organized parties I have ever had the privilege of running.
The most well-oiled.
I wouldn't say the
Of
most
machines.
well-oiled, but
Yeah.
you're up
Yeah.
there. You're absolutely up there.
Now, what can we say? We are pretty awesome.
Yeah, you are.
Everything is awesome.
You are awesome. But yeah, with regards to those perception checks, you guys briefly hear footfalls behind you. You turn around and look, and there's no one there.
Okay.
Someone's got a high stealth. I wonder who that could be.
Unless there's another hidden passage.
Who's there?
That's a good thought. Can we check for any hidden
Let's not
passages?
jump to conclusions, gentlemen.
Because who was that noble woman who passed behind us? She might have gone through another passage, maybe. Not sure.
She was headed towards those big double doors.
Oh,
Bergeron
that's right.
pipes-
Yeah. Sorry about that. I forgot.
Bergeron pipes up and says, "Yes, that's my." And he sort of heaves like he's not a fan of it. My throne room. I'm not a king. I'm a prime minister. And to be honest, not huge fan of the title, but it comes with a job, and I'm willing to deal with it.
That's
Out of
fair.
character, I like this guy already. He doesn't like being called a king. He's a prime minister, damn it, and that he deserves to be called such. He
Yeah,
kind of reminds me of Queen Mira in a way.
there is a level of humility. There is a level of humility about him, but he is also, as you can see, far more stubborn than she is.
Mhm.
But Jordan, the map you saw was a map of the eastern half of the one landmass that dominates this, effectively the continent you're on, which
Right.
you know to be, it's only half of it because the on the left hand side of the map, if you're looking at it from the same perspective as the soldier,
Yep.
like the compass, the compass orientation, I should say. On the left-hand side of the map, you see mountains drawn in and big letters, Ashcroft Mountains, which no history check needed. They are a sort of continental divide, not unlike the Rockies, but on the western side of them is a region known as the Demon Waste, which I believe I've covered in passing once before.
Yeah. Demon Waste
Interesting.
to the west.
Aldeus sits down and says, I will call a gathering of I'll call a gathering of nobility in the area. Tomorrow we should have everyone here in about 2 days, and we can get to the bottom of this, because that much coin requires deep pockets.
Yeah.
Green.
Okay, well, that sounds good.
And whether I believe in these tornadoes of which you speak or not, I will make it clear that we are in fact allies. And I do believe you that there's this cult. I believe they may have some connection to the Mansil. And I will begin, even though the orders are already sent and I will not be able to call back the 300 reinforcements, I will send out the call for additional guards in and around Nessa. So
That would be great.
you have nothing to concern yourself about. At that, I need another perception check.
That's a 21.
22.
Perception,
yes.
26.
That's gonna be
That's a
24.
9.
Holy
24.
Perrin is interested in the ground.
Perrin got a what?
9.
Perrin got a 9.
Did you nat 1 that?
Yes.
And got a 24, I heard.
I got a 24.
24.
I had a 24 as well, too.
Okay.
Actually, 26. Yeah, first.
Bordan, what was yours?
Mine was 22.
22. And Senku got a what?
21.
21. Okay, so for Dan, Pippin, and Nyexzor, you guys hear something. This faint little flapping above you.
I'm gonna look up.
Gonna look up.
You see nothing. Hang on one second. I'll see if I can actually find the sound bit.
Is there a dragon outside?
No, this sounds directly above you and
In
very
the room.
What was the dragon?
Okay, who's got the circling birdie?
I've got my volume cranked up so you guys can hopefully hear it. Because if I actually send this thing, it'll give away. Yeah, it's this kind of small, high-pitched flapping sound that it almost has a squeaky, a squeaking quality to it.
I don't hear anything.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I don't hear it either.
No,
I don't hear it either.
no, or me.
Like I said, I can't
I-
actually. If I send you the link to this, it'll give it away. But yeah, it's this. What you hear is this like higher pitched flapping noise that has almost a squeaky, a squeaking aspect
Like
to it.
mechanical?
No.
It's almost like it sounds like a fae.
Anyone that has proficiency in nature can give me a nature check.
That would be probably me.
I
Yeah,
have it, but I
yeah,
didn't
most
do it.
likely me. I would have
Yeah,
the
no.
highest.
Yeah, no, I haven't got proficiency in that.
Okay,
Do not.
so it sounds like you're the only one.
Well, the only one that heard it.
25. I almost nat 20'd.
25, very good. Join me in the DM chat.
Feel free to disseminate.
You figure it out pretty quick. It's the sound of a bat.
I was thinking that, and like, it could be a bat, but I don't know. Wow. All right. Well, guys,
Hmm?
it's a bat. It's a bat.
Oh, a bat?
Do you know, it's amazing. I was going to say, is it a bat? But I thought, so I didn't bother.
Yeah, in real life, I thought it was possibly a bat, but I wasn't for sure. I guess I was right.
Is it a vampire bat?
All he told me it was a bat. So
Actually, the footsteps that we heard when we turned around and they were gone, and
Turned
now we've
into a
got and now we've got a bat. Yeah,
It's gotta be a
that
vampire.
got something.
As you say that, you see something sort of there's a brief poof of smoke that pops up behind the just to the right of the prime minister's like mini throne, and rapidly appearing in front of you is that woman. She is still dressed in these very fine noble robes, and they are crimson red, and this is where you notice how absolutely pale she is as she
Vampire. Out of
opens.
character.
You see her reach with one hand that opens to reveal these nasty looking claws, and she jams them into Bergeron's chest and clamps her mouth down upon his neck.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit!
Open fire!
I
Roll initiative.
That's what I was waiting on. Wow, that's a 13.
roll initiative, so that's my dex plus. Nothing.
That's an
My
18.
dex.
Fire free!
That
That's
was
a 10. That's
a
10.
low roll.
Oh, oh
You got a
wow.
10.
I got a whole 6.
18.
Remember, Bordan, you have advantage on initiative rolls.
Oh, do I?
Yeah,
you have better
Part of
than
the
yeah.
barbarian thing.
Oh, so I rolled 2 d20s then for that.
yes, roll
That
a
is
second.
correct.
Take fire.
Oh, Christ. Oh, look at that. I shall take the natural 20. That's 23.
In 1 second, I have to use the restroom.
Would you believe
yes.
it? Right, I rolled the 2 dice. One was a natural 20, and the other one was a natural 1.
Meanwhile, I take alert and immediately roll a 4 on an initiative roll, getting a whole 13. A plus
Mario.
9 is the only thing carrying me into the double digits.
Now I gotta rush my way back to my base of operations before we start this combat. Go, game saved.
Of course, the next two are rolls a 19 and a nat 20.
Yeah, I don't suppose anyone bought any garlic.
You say that. Let me check my rations.
Humans-
Let me get some garlic bread.
Time for some fitting music.
Even if it's a garlic, we just throw a
Hold on.
garlic top pizza at her like a frisbee.
Hold on, we don't need garlic bread because vampires are undead, so my sword does double damage.
Oh, yeah, you have that. That's radiant damage, but who has the radiant gem?
Me. It's in my sword.
So
By its power.
you've got radiant damage from the sword, plus radiant.
Basically a one-hit her.
No, this is a fairly powerful creature.
Okay, so rather than have everyone shout out their initiative, Perrin, what's yours?
13.
I don't remember mine.
Bordan, it's your initiative.
23.
Dan gets a 23. Next, we have Pippin.
Oh shoot. My thing freaked out. There we go. Do I roll? That is a roll 20, right?
Yes.
Does everybody remember what my roll was before I re-roll?
No.
Because I can't remember. Okay, well that is
Didn't you get like
a 25.
25.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
That's a nat 20.
Gee.
I think I'm
get
going
inside. I'm
with
saving.
alert.
Nyexzor.
That was a 18 for me.
Nyexzor 18.
Yep.
Senku.
18.
Okay, Senku, what is your dexterity modifier?
3.
Nyexzor, what is your dexterity modifier?
It's a 3.
Okay. Senku, what is your dexterity score?
16.
Nyexzor, your dexterity score.
17.
Okay.
My initiative is 3. I rolled a 15.
Yeah, that's fine.
Same.
Yep. And I'm now out of VR and ready to combat.
You didn't think I
Wow.
was you didn't think I was
Separating
going to
all
level
the-
you guys up and then not give you a combat to try out your new toys.
That's true.
Yeah, and as I was
Hey,
saying,
by the way, when do
hey, I
you
take
plan on...
alert and then immediately roll a 3. Or no, it was a 4. It was a 4, not a 3.
Yeah, of course, I've just found that. That's to do with my feral instinct. The advantage on initiative rolls.
Yep.
Shit, I completely forgot about that. I need to write that down here.
Okay.
Oh, thanks for remembering, Sen.
You're quite welcome.
Let's show this prehistoric bitch how we do things downtown.
Nimble little minx, ain't she?
Yeah, especially since she's actually going first.
Oh.
Would it help if I told her she sounds really hot?
Poor Dan! Go to horny jail, bonk.
Bonk, bonk.
She is going to do a few things.
I have Hellish Rebuke ready to go.
Oh,
Thank
Christ,
you,
what-
Warlock.
what-
I haven't had to
what
use
was-
it yet, but I feel like I'm going to end up using it.
I'm trying to find Bergeron.
What about Bergeron?
That's right. I was just trying to remember his name. The one that she bit us bitten.
Yep. Actually, I'll post that in the general chat.
It's like Tom Bergeron, right?
His full name.
Poor old Odious. Ah, that's how you spell it. I don't even know.
Yeah, I
right.
spelled it wrong. I think.
Spelling is not important.
Oh, I got the last name
But
right.
seriously,
I messed up on the first.
But seriously, when you said Bergeron, my first thought was, wait, you mean like Tom Bergeron from America's Funniest Home Videos?
Yeah, I
No
thought
idea
of
who
that.
is.
Oh my gosh.
Traitor!
Oh my gosh.
I watched Legendary. I watched America's Funniest Home Videos back when it was Bob Saget. That's how old I am.
Yeah.
I remember Bob Saget. I don't know Tom Bergeron.
You
Tom-
both are traitors.
Tom is
No,
really
we're just
good.
veterans.
Yeah.
I remember Bergerac, but
Okay,
Tom
so
Bergeron was the second most recent host for AFV until he retired in 2004, somewhere around like the 2015 era. Somewhere around that year, I think. I don't remember
Well,
exactly when.
I am this old. You remember? Smile. This candid camera.
yeah,
oh my.
sadly,
That's how old I am.
Yes, unfortunately, I remember that.
Oh
we
man,
like
the
the
good old
bad
days.
We've got one over here that's called "You've Been Framed." Actually, and it's supposed to be hilarious, but a lot of the things that you see, I've actually renamed it as to "You've Been Maimed." They're just. They're not funny. They're just really painful-looking clips.
okay. Nyexzor,
Oh, yes.
you're gonna need to give me a wisdom save.
Ooh.
Oh,
So I need a wisdom saving throw from you.
all right. Okay. 23.
23. Very good.
I'm maxed out on that. It's a +8 for me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right. So, Nyexzor, this vampire looks at you, and it's hypnotically beautiful. She is just... You, for just a moment, want to start throwing off your armor and,
Oh my.
like, supplicating
Bow
yourself.
chicka wow wow.
But
Bonk, bonk.
you shake your head for a second and you put that thought out of your mind because you still realize that this this vampiress has just bitten and attacked the Brailish Prime
My new
Minister,
friend.
and you resist. You resist her attempt to charm you.
Yeah, you resist her attempt to charm you through pure anger alone.
You just crossed your fingers over went back, foul beast.
Gonna give a guttural growl at her attempt.
And at this point, Bourdain, it is your turn.
Oh, God. This is the wisdom saving throw.
As much as I would like it,
Make a wisdom save. That's a targeted thing.
Yeah, that is some. I know exactly what that is, and I know it all too well.
Sorry, that was my wisdom saving throw, yeah?
yes.
No,
Oh wait,
you don't
No.
need to make a save.
Wait, really?
It can only do that once per turn.
All right, so what do I do then?
What do you want to do?
Oh, I see.
It's your turn.
Oh, right. Oh, I thought you meant my turn as in rolling the dice.
No.
Okay, well,
No.
in that case then, I don't know, what shall I do? Let's
slice her in half.
And not in a hot way. But
No. Yeah, okay, Nyexzor, and I'm just gonna go for a normal attack.
I
Okay.
thought I had 26
Okay, so
or
I'll
25.
go.
I have you as... Oh, you're right. I apologize.
16.
I'll come back to you in 1 second, Pip. I apologize.
Awesome. All good.
That is 25 for attack.
AC 24.
Ow!
Yeah, you hit her.
Lovely.
That
Right,
Hey,
that
of what?
better hit.
I'm going to do me 2d6s now. 5. Oh, 11.
So 11
Ow!
in total?
Yep, 11 in total. That's
Even
with
with
me.
plus 6?
That's with me 6 slashing as well.
Okay.
Yeah, a bit piss poor, but
You got a second attack at least.
Yeah, you can swing again.
okay, so I've got to do my attack again. That's 16 for attack.
16. 16 does not connect. So next,
Grease one of my essential.
Well, hold on one second. Not quite. Borden, what's your armor class?
18, I believe. Hang on. Yes, 18.
18. Okay. Give me 1 second here.
Say hello to legendary creatures.
Mhm.
But the place she came. This poor bitch. We do things downtown.
So, Borden, you go and swipe, and the first attack connected. She wasn't expecting you to be so brutal with it. The second attack, she was ready for it, and she just sort of sidestepped, and then with speed that shouldn't be possible, whips her hand out of her, chips her right out of Burn's chest, brings it back, and slashes right across your right across your stomach. You take 10 damage from this
Shit.
claw.
Bitch has put me down to 86.
Now,
Oh,
bear in
two
mind,
spots of scratch.
you were fresh. You were at full hit points before you started this.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, 2 spots of
Yeah.
scratch.
So, this is your first encounter with a creature that has what's known as legendary actions.
Yep. This
has-
is a legendary creature.
It has 3 of them, and at the end of any turn, it can choose to use one of them.
Basically, it can go, oh, it's the end of my turn, or it can go, if it gets turn, or it can attack. It can then go, I want to do it again between turns, and do one more attack. And then it's your turn, and then it can be like, oh, I want to attack again. And then it can do it once again at the end of somebody else's turn.
Yep.
It can get
Over and
medium.
over again.
It can only do it 3 times per turn, or per round. So it's probably going to do it a few more times.
So, Pippin, it is now your turn.
All right. So how far away is she from me?
25 feet.
All right. Does she notice me?
Oh, yes.
Okay. In front of me, is there anybody directly in between me and her?
Borden.
Borden. Okay. How far away do I have to
Borden.
move
Still
so that I
time.
don't hit him if I shoot something at her?
You'd have to shift. Bare minimum, you'd have to shift about 5 feet to your left.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and. Well, how far away is she again?
25 feet.
25
feet. Oh, okay. I can actually get there.
I'll just crouch down so we can shoot over me head.
No, you can
I'm gonna-
find it. Not even more.
I mean, I could stealth behind him, but I still have to move and all this other stuff. Yeah, I'm just gonna run up beside him with my blade, currently the sun blade extended, and I'm gonna attack at the side. And would that have advantage because I have a friend beside me attacking her as well?
You would have to have. Under normal circumstances, no. Just having someone beside you doesn't give advantage. You would have to be on opposite sides of her. However, and I am looking this up right now because Borden is a totem warrior, he has a thing where anyone around him has advantage, but it has to be while he's raging.
That's right.
That's I misspoke because in sneak attack you don't need advantage to attack if you have if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet. I can use sneak attack, correct?
It just specifically says you have to be within 5 feet of somebody?
Within 5 on the attack roll, if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet of it, that enemy isn't incapacitated and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll, sneak attack activates.
Interesting. Remember,
Yeah.
being
Oh no! Oh no!
Here it is.
Which means he could stealth and do some serious damage.
No, not quite.
Yeah,
I can't. I mean, because I guess I could use my bonus action now that I'm behind him to try stealthing.
you don't even have to.
Yeah, your sneak attack would go off, so roll to see if you hit it.
And hold on, if I use my bonus action to enter stealth beforehand, could I technically surprise her as I came up?
I'm gonna say no because it's well lit in here.
Okay.
Well, I could duck under his legs and hey, from underneath or just uppercut her with the sword. Since I'm behind him.
She's already defending herself from that angle, and to come in from another angle, you would be clearly seen. So I'm gonna rule no for that, but you will your sneak attack will absolutely go off if you connect.
Sounds good. All right, and I only have one weapon drawn, I assume.
Yes.
So,
All right.
poke.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and roll my attack with my Sunblade. That's +2 plus my proficiency bonus for the attack, correct? Or is that my dexterity bonus for the attack?
Proficiency plus dex. And actually, you wouldn't be able to use your cunning action because it takes a bonus action to activate the Sunblade.
Okay. Didn't realize that one.
Yep. Grasping the hilt, you can use a bonus action to cause the blade of pure radiance to spring into existence, or make the blade disappear.
Gotcha. So I have to use an action to draw it and then an action to activate it?
You can draw one weapon for free.
Yep. Which would be the Sunblade.
Past that, you an action.
Gotcha. Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead, and that would be proficiency plus dex, you say, for the attack?
Yes.
That's +10, because then I have the +2 from the Sunblade.
Yeah.
It's going to be 22.
22? Okay, you connect.
Then I have... That is double radiant damage, because... Hold on, where is my Sunblade marker? I need my Sunblade tag open. Vampires are undead, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so she takes 2d8 radiant damage from the sword, and then 1d8 radiant damage from the gem.
D6 radiant.
Oh god!
D6 radiant? Okay.
D6 radiant. D6 from the crystal.
Gotcha. So 2d8 for the radiant. Then 1d6 for the crystal. And then I need 3d6 for the
sneak attack.
And then I need to add my dexterity modifier and my +2. So that would be +7. So that's going to be
painful.
Well, hold on. I need to re-roll one of my 8s. All right, so that is going to be 7, 9, 21. It's going to be 28 damage.
Good night!
It's not that much.
That's not that much.
That's not that much compared to some of the more powerful creatures.
Hold up. And this weapon's versatile, so I could be two-handing it, correct?
Yes.
So that'd be 1d. I forgot. I didn't roll for the actual attack of the weapon yet, only the radiant damage. So I still need to roll 1d10.
Yep. So instead of a d8, you'll be rolling a d10.
That's going to be an extra 6 on top of that already.
Damn!
So 34?
Ow.
Okay.
Ouch.
So next up is Nestor.
That's 45 damage dealt to that bitch so far.
Yeah, she's
She'd
believe
be
it or
feeling
not, she's still got a healthy amount left.
that. Yeah, she'd be
But
feeling it.
she's kind of hurting.
Great skull.
She's hurting.
Well, you did shut down. Actually, I'll share that in 1 second. I have to look up something real quick.
Wait, we shut her down?
No,
One
you
of her
shut down one of her abilities.
Just how the hell did we do that?
There's a reason I asked a specific question earlier.
Yeah, I'll ignore that case of metagaming because it is one of the first ones I've ever encountered from this group.
And it's like, it is also fairly well known to people who've dealt with vampires.
Right. So Nestor has one hand like in a closed fist, his left hand open, sort of brings them together. The room dims a little bit as sparks begin to form, as sparks begin to erupt from his palm as he extends and activates one of his new spells, Shadow Blade, or in his case, Lightning Blade.
Kamehameha!
Not quite.
Ooh,
He is now holding a weapon of almost looks like solidified lightning.
So he's wielding a more elegant weapon for a more civilized age.
No, Pippin is wielding that. And he is going to use his channel divinity, so now he adds his charisma to the attack rolls.
Oh god, oh god, oh, here it comes.
oh, that's gonna be painful.
But unfortunately that takes his action, so he can't do anything this turn. Casting the spell is a bonus action.
That's okay.
Channel divinity is an action. So
Sorry.
now we come to Nyexzor.
Alrighty. Well, I think I'm gonna do Moonbeam, but at 3rd level.
Okay.
Oh,
So
shit.
that's gonna
Oh,
do
shit.
3d10.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay. Give me. I'm gonna need an intelligence check from you before you do that.
Alright. Intelligence. Just straight.
Flash your genius ready if
Um,
you need it.
15. Not too shabby.
15 is good enough. You're getting ready to cast it. The column is appearing, and then you realize you have to shift it back ever so slightly because to the left of him is the Prime Minister. In front of him is Bourdain and Pippin. So you have to angle this thing just right so you only hit him.
Alrighty.
You do.
Her.
Go ahead and roll those 3d10s. And go ahead and have the damage because she passes her save.
Uh-huh. Oh. Heck, stop rolling. It's like, dude does not recognize. 15.
15? Okay. Senku, you're up.
Wait, she took 15 damage?
No,
Yep.
she took.
Alright.
Oh, she took half of that?
Yeah.
So she
Didn't
only
roll.
took 7.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
as
well,
long
I
as
got
she
something
stays in it,
special for
she's
this
gonna
lady.
take more damage.
Yep, and I've got just the spell to make sure that happens. Bitch, you just got greased.
So she has to make a save?
Yeah, she has to make a save DC of 15 or... Yeah, my spell save DC is 15.
Alright, she passes. She is not
Ah,
she is not affected by the grease. And at the end of your turn, Senku, she is going to
I have an armor class of 18.
well, she's not going to do that. She's not going to attack you. She is going to break away from Pippin and Bourdain, and she does so with, again, blinding speed.
yeah. They're extremely fast. I know that for sure.
And
Hmm.
she is in front of you, Nyexzor.
Jeez.
But that's all. That's all she can. That is all she can do for her legendary action. And
Wait, hold on. Does that mean I get an attack of opportunity on her? Or if I'm right, who's
No,
who's,
it would be the people that
did
she
she have to
moved
pass?
away from.
And even then, no. The vampire moves up to its
No?
speed without provoking opportunity attacks.
Honestly, I couldn't remember what it says for that.
Damn.
Just to be clear, this is what I have to throw at you guys.
They're
is
not pushovers.
Neither are you. You're a party and a half, armed with artifact level crystals, like this is, and weapons that level up with you with you guys. Like, in no uncertain terms, I said, and I warned you about this, what could I possibly be preparing to put against you where you would need this kind of firepower?
Oh no, I can only imagine.
Perrin, you're up next.
Ugh.
Alright, how close is she?
She is 10 feet.
Okay. We're going to mark her and shoot. Son of a freaking bitch!
Oh, God.
That is a natural 1.
Don't hit me!
So that's the second natural 1 tonight.
Make another
Don't worry,
attack.
you get 2 attacks.
Second one is a 22.
Please roll your damage.
Say against an undamaged target, that is 10.
Nyexzor, please deduct 10 hit points.
Mhm.
And then the second attack, why? That's a 12.
So I got hit, right?
You took 10 damage.
Second one's gonna be more harmless because that's a 12. So I just rolled a 1, a 12, and a 2 on attacks.
Okay.
And on the ones that matter, I roll the lowest. What the hell?
So your first arrow, you're aiming. This girl looks at you, and for just a second, you're put off your game because you're used to loosing those arrows way down range, dozens if not hundreds of feet down range, not 10. So this chick looks at you, and you realize, wow, she's really close, and that just throws you off, and your arrow thunks
Hits
into
Nyexzor in the butt.
its Nyexzor, more so in like the upper shoulder. It's not a bad hit.
Oh, I
But
would have preferred he got hit in the butt.
You knock another arrow. You breathe. You calm yourself, and then she looks at you again, and you're more focused this time, but your shot still goes wide.
Okay, then.
Now, it's her turn.
Ah.
Fuck this bitch.
Hmm. He is going to... Hmm.
Hey, I have a question regarding my Maverick thing. Does my Hellish Rebuke level up, or is it just a single first level spell slot? Or can I cast it using higher level spell slot?
Actually, I don't know, because you're not a warlock, but have it.
As I understand, you can choose to upcast it, obviously.
That one I think you can choose, since you're an artificer and not a warlock.
Yep.
Whereas
Cool.
if Pippin was to use it, he'd have to cast it as maximum level spell.
But it would still be countered as upcasting.
Yep.
That
is an upcastable spell.
So
I love the Maverick ability. And notice I've only really used it to spec into Warlock.
Nyexzor,
Yeah.
you're gonna need to roll me either athletics or acrobatics, whichever's higher.
Okay.
Ooh.
I have Flash of Genius on standby.
Alright. Sorry, it takes a little time because it's an app and I had to.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's why I like the Dungeons and
A
Dragons.
dirty 20.
A 20?
Acrobatics. Acrobatics is a +3 and athletics is a +2.
Okay. So this vampire, she reaches out with her claw and thinks it into your right shoulder. She's doing this left-handed. And you try to wrestle free, but she digs, she sinks her claws in. This is painful. You take 6 damage, and you are grappled.
Hold on, real quick, because I do know these guys. It's either damage or grapple.
Oh, I apologize. So take back the 6 damage. I apologize. Your DM is showing that he's still kind of green.
Yeah, fuck him a few.
So you just had to. On the good side, this means that the creature is also stuck in one place.
No, she's not.
She can still move, and it would be forced movement because she can take him with her.
I'll help you.
Now, help me out with this one, Pat. Does that eat up the entire action? Or can she, if she has multiple attacks, can she still take the others?
How I'm reading it, She can make 2 unarmed strikes, or she can make a bite. She cannot take both in the same action. So, theoretically, she could do another unarmed strike, but she cannot do anything else.
Because on mine it says the vampire makes 2 attacks, only one of which can be a bite.
Oh, actually, yeah.
So
it can do that. Yeah, I'm trying. I misread that. Yeah, so it can take 2 total. So it can do unarmed strike, miss, unarmed strike, grapple, or it can do unarmed strike, damage, unarmed strike, grapple, or it can do unarmed strike, grapple, bite.
So yeah, she is going to bite you.
God damn it.
Please tell me Nyexzor gets a reaction.
Only if it was hitting you.
Not sure what I could do. Act to it.
Well, she is definitely going to sink her fangs in.
Someone needs to give her the alien line. Get away from him, you bitch.
So, Nyexzor, you take 8 damage from the bite, and another 11 damage as she sinks her fangs in. You feel you're a druid. You're a druid who reveres life. You feel this life. You feel the life being forcibly sucked out of you.
And that was, 11 necrotic?
Yep.
Also, mark down, you temporarily are down 11 maximum hit points.
Jesus Christ.
That only isn't
away
you
from
don't have a
him,
long
you-
rest. They are nasty things.
So did she move away from us?
Yes.
No, she's at me now.
Yeah, she moved away from Pippin and Bourdain.
Oh, could we have gotten an opportunity attack?
No.
No?
Because of the legendary action, she automatically gets disengaged.
Gotcha. Okay. Nice.
So, with that, we are now back to Pippin.
All right. So where is she compared to me right now?
She's about 20 feet behind you.
All right.
And
And
focused
is there
on
anybody
Nyexzor.
between me and her?
I'm sorry?
Is there anybody between me and her?
I am grappled here.
All right. I am casting Eldritch Blast from my ring.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack.
That would be 20 or D10 or sorry, D20 for the attack.
You gotta roll D20 to hit first.
Okay. And would that be plus anything?
Your proficiency bonus and your charisma modifier.
Charisma. Gotcha. So that'd be +3, +7. That'll be a 13.
That'll miss.
Anybody want to flash a genius this one?
Work on that.
Rolls.
Didn't
Skill
think
It
so.
doesn't work on attack rolls.
Am I able to cast a cantrip as a bonus action?
No, however, you at this level, because it's a cantrip, it produces a second ray, so you do get a second shot.
Oh.
Yes.
I think it depends on
Cantrips.
warlock level.
No, cantrips are based off your total level, not your warlock, not just your warlock level.
Interesting. Okay.
Interesting.
So you
I
get-
do like that.
You get it. You do get a second beam.
Oh, well, that one's Only an 11.
All right, so 2 beams, pew pew, fire off, and they just go wide.
Guys.
Well, that kind of sucked. Well, then since that didn't work, I'm gonna point my gauntlet crossbow at her and use my bonus action to shoot that thing.
I'll allow that.
And that would be the same thing, but dex, correct? No, that was a bonus action, so I wouldn't add the dex?
You would add the dex to your attack, just not to your damage.
Okay. That'd be plus 8. It's gonna be a 16.
A 16
Damn!
just misses her.
So I don't add dex to that one. That was just proficiency.
You add dex to it to the attack roll, not to the damage roll.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure I got everything right.
Yep. So
Hold up. Actually, before we do anything, I gotta check something.
while you check, Bordan, it is your turn.
Well, I was checking steady aim.
Off of me.
Because could I have used steady aim to actually have hit that?
Give me a second because I don't know what steady aim does.
Gives you if you use it as a bonus action, you give yourself advantage on your next attack roll on the current turn, but you can only use it if you haven't moved. Probably could have used that to help, but too late now.
So Bordan, it is now your turn.
Hey, I just want to make a quick check a minute, because I think I've done something wrong here. My Nyexzor two-handed the Great Weapon Master. The attack I've got as +4.
Yeah, we covered this last night. Your proficiency bonus is 3. Your strength is now 5, so that's +8. The weapon itself, because it's +1 magic, adds another +1 to that, is +9. Minus, with the Great Weapon Master, you subtract 5. 9 minus 5 is 4.
So yeah, I've got here, for some reason, I've got my attack with a Nyexzor two-handed Great Weapon Master as +4.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right.
As
Okay,
Great
then.
Weapon Master, you subtract 5 to hit. 9 minus 5 is 4.
Right.
And
Right. Yes, of course. Yeah, it's all right. I've got it in the wrong. Yeah, it's all right. I've sorted that now. Okay, this bitch needs to go down. So I'm going to go into a rage and I'm going to use Weapon Master.
Okay, are you going to reckless attack as well?
Why not?
Please get her off me.
Yeah, I'll do that as well.
So you're rolling a d20 plus 4 with advantage.
That's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Yes.
Right, that's 20.
Boom!
Now, holy shit, this is going to be interesting. Right, 2d6s. 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus, I'm just having a look here, plus 16. 7. Plus 16.
That's
Plus
23.
10.
That's 33.
10.
16 is already factored.
Plus 2. 35.
The plus 10 is already factored in. That's why it's plus 16 and not plus 6.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Okay, so 25.
Yeah, 25.
Okay.
And he gets to attack again.
Yes, he does.
I don't say that. It says
You have
I do
extra.
a -5 penalty to the attack roll. If the attack hits, you add plus 10 to the attack's damage.
Yes, and we already factor with the Great Weapon Master table that you put up, we already added the plus 10.
Right, okay.
That's why it's plus
Yeah.
6,
So
not plus 16.
yeah, so that's 25.
25.
Ow.
Good damage.
You get another attack, Bordan.
Right, okay, so let's...
With advantage?
Yep.
With advantage, and that's 20... 24? That's a natural 20.
Are you
Did
still...
you nat 20 that?
Yeah, that's a natural 20.
Oh my god. Oh my
So-
god.
Okay, calm down, Senku.
Time
So,
to double the dice.
yes. So, instead of rolling 2d6 plus 18 for, because you're raging, you're rolling 4d6 plus 18 for your raging.
Plus Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Oh, right, hang on a minute. I need to get me 4d6. Damn. Let's me have a... Oh, bollocks to it. I'll do it like that. Dice everywhere. Oh, right. I'll have to roll. 3, 8, 9, 1, 14. 14 plus 18 equals 32.
Oh god.
Take that, you
That's
bitch.
102 damage she's taking.
All right.
And no, what Bordon says before delivering those 2 blows is, "Get away from him, you bitch!"
What Bordan says is up to Bordan.
Yeah. It'll just be with the oomph I'm putting behind this is...
Okay. So now the vampire is going to use one of her legendary actions and bite again.
For feck's sake.
Nyexzor, take 8 damage and 5, 9. Another 15 more.
Oh, for
And also mark down the maximum reduction again.
oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Now, don't lose track. Also, don't lose track of what your normal maximum is, because you will eventually get it back.
After a long rest, yes.
I'm down to 17 already. Shit.
Oh!
17 remaining. 17 actual
17 remaining. Yeah.
Jesus.
I am hurting.
She's also hurting.
Not
Yeah,
as much as
not as much as me.
So now it is Nestor's turn. Nestor is at plus 11 to hit.
Ooh.
And Nestor's going to do something fun.
Oof,
So
oof.
Nestor runs up.
Oh. He's pissed. He is pissed.
Nestor is extremely pissed. So one attack hits. The other attack.
Ouch.
I am royally pissed,
Ouch.
but I can't do anything at the moment.
Unfortunately, you can't. That's the problem of being grappled.
God.
Well, there is one action you can take, and that is break the grapple, but that's a roll. And it's an action.
Is that like a...
What, you can't just hit her with your breath weapon?
I do have a breath weapon.
I think you can, because it doesn't reduce your ability to attack.
Yeah, you could absolutely breathe on her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what you can literally do is you can literally do whatever the hell you want as long as you're not moving. Unless the movement is forced movement by, say, teleportation. But that's like the only case where you're allowed to move. Past that, you're allowed to break the grapple. So you can attack, you
But
can breathe, or you can break the grapple, but you can't move.
So Nestor swings this crackling blade of electricity into this vampire's back twice, and then you see yet more. He's holding it two-handed. He lets go with his left hand, does a hand gesture, and as he's doing that, you see his right arm start shaking. He grabs it, and with a speed almost matching this vampire's, he strikes a third time.
Hoo-hoo.
Quicken spell for the win.
How much damage did he do?
I'm calculating that now. Because with this cantrip, not only I basically do an extra D8 on top of my normal weapon damage.
Ow!
23.
Okay.
In total?
No, with just that one attack.
Ooh!
Ooh.
Dang.
And next we have Nyexzor. You are grappled. To break free is either acrobatics or athletics.
Breath weapon!
Or breath weapon.
Will that get her off me?
No, but it does damage.
Yeah.
How hurting is she then? I wonder.
Can't really tell. She's a vampire.
Not happy. That's probably the best way to describe it.
She's got anger issues.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's either breathe or try to break.
What do I need to do to get break? How much do I need to break? Is it like 17 or something?
No, it's an opposed roll. So she rolls athletics. You roll either athletics or acrobatics.
There
and
is a set escape DC.
Yep, and whoever gets higher wins.
Actually, attack does state it's in a set DC.
It is a set DC?
DC 18.
Okay, then. So it's your either acrobatics or athletics at a DC of 18.
Alrighty.
Breath weapon!
Or you could breathe.
Either or, it's an action.
Yeah. You know what? For cinematics, let's do the breath weapon, because I am now really pissed.
Okay.
Yeah. Not quite, but yeah.
You still will have your bonus action, but yeah.
Yep. So.
Oh. Bonus. Wait. It's my primal savagery. This action, I can't remember.
No, that's just
I think it's a regular action.
Since it doesn't require a weapon, I would let you use that if you wanted to. I will say this. with regards to your breath weapon. You have seen her several times just shrug off things that required saving throws. Your own moonbeam, for instance.
Grease.
Senku's grease.
It's almost as if she can choose to succeed.
Out of character, that's exactly what she can do.
I was gonna say, is somebody reading the stat block?
No!
Because yes, that is something that legendary creatures get.
Alright then.
So,
Back
Nyexzor?
against the wall, you've got no...
It's Nyexor's turn. What are you doing, Nyexor?
So I gotta choose one or the other, right?
Well, you can breathe, but you've seen her just shrug off saving throw spells. You could use your primal savagery and try to hit her. Or you could try to break free with a DC 18 strength or athletics or acrobatics check. Or you could do nothing and wail.
Let's try to escape at least. Yeah, let's try the
Acrobatics or athletics, whichever one is higher.
probably it's
What, no primal savagery?
That would require an action to attack.
yeah. That would be acrobatics, which is a 3 versus my 2 athletics.
Okay, give me acrobatics.
That'll be 21.
Okay.
You are free.
Yeah. You were she was sort of holding you, but your feet were on the ground. You kick up and kick into her chest and throw off her, and you're gonna fall, and you're gonna bring her down with you. So she is forced, because she wants to remain on her feet, to let you go. And you push off. As soon as you feel her grip release, you push off and sort of roll backwards and roll to your feet. And that is your turn. She looks at you and she hisses.
I just growl back at her, even more pissed off. Yes, and my glow is showing as well too. My markings.
So, Perrin, you're up next.
Alright, let's try this again. That's more like it. That's 26.
That'll hit.
Ouch!
Ow!
And that will be 12 damage.
Okay.
Not 12, hold on. 19. I mixed the 2 and the 17.
Ouch, even more.
Alright. And
Yeah.
then second attack is 19.
That'll also hit.
And that'll be 15 damage.
Okay. So, here is what happens. You knock the first arrow, you loose it. It goes through her neck. Nyexzor, she's like arms wide, leaning forward, hissing, and you just see arrow tip through the neck. She,
Arrow tip.
tongue out and chokes like, And as she's choking and hacking, you see a second arrow, thunk, come through her forehead.
Oh,
Yes.
And she,
Is dead.
well, she was always dead.
Yeah, but in what way is she going to die again? Is she going to explode, implode, just melt? Oh, God.
As she sort of, as she begins to fall, it's as if her body loses all rigidity, and before it completely hits the ground, it turns into a poof of smoke that very quickly flies away.
Oh.
Yep.
Did we just win?
Yes.
Did she turn into a bat and fly away, or did like? the
Oh, she
smoke-
turned into mist.
Yeah, she
Ew.
misted.
She's dead.
She's not. Or also, thing is,
necessarily.
No.
think about how you kill a vampire in real life, or at least mythologically.
Mm.
I only know a few
Technically,
things.
she's not dead, but she is not capable of fighting, and thus not here.
Yep.
Anyway, the
So-
good news is she's gone.
All right,
Yeah.
time for healing. Run up
Senku
to Nyexzor.
I'm going to
Regain
do the
11
same
hit
thing,
points.
but with Prime Minister. I'm going to do the same thing, but with Prime Minister
That was my next one.
Bergeron.
So regain 11 hit points
But,
up to
I'm
your
going to
current
booster health.
temporary maximum.
I'm currently creating healing potions for everyone.
So, what am I supposed to do?
You regain 11 hit points. I don't know what how much you're out. You're out 26 total, or out of your maximum.
I'm down to
So you-
53 on the maximum at the moment.
Okay. So yeah, regain 11. You can't exceed 53, sadly.
Can I actually say I'm proud of myself for coming that close to killing one of you?
My-
You came
Yeah.
closer with me, Sten. You came closer
Yeah,
to killing me. than
he
you
was
did
the
him.
closest.
Yeah, you did down him, but the problem here
I
with
was
it
at
is-
exactly 0 hit points.
Oh yeah, I remember that we had to stabilize you.
Yep.
Yeah, the annoying part about vampires is their bite heals them, and it reduces your maximum hit points temporarily.
Yep.
And if you hit 0 for maximum hit points, you outright die.
Jeez.
Not only do you die, but a few rounds or a few minutes later, you
The following night,
you're a
reanimate.
vampire spawn.
Yeah, the following night you reanimate.
Oh,
That's
jeez.
cool.
Oh well, as long as you're buried. So yeah, it literally reads: a humanoid slain in this way, and then buried in the ground, rises the following night as a vampire spawn.
Does that
Under
mean they
vampire
Are they
control.
good?
are they still a player character?
No, they are under the control of the vampire.
Ah,
I would have been
They're
gone. I would have been gone
That's
then.
just
That's a much weaker monster.
so as you know, as soon as the battle's over, the thing flies away. Pippin is going to be making healing elixirs and just handing them out to you guys. Once one of the healing elixirs is drank, he's going to just every minute he's going to have another elixir pumped out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Senku is currently going over to Bergeron and administering first aid by however he can with his cantrip of Spirit of Dying if he needs it. Is he dying?
No, he is very
He's
much the deceased.
Okay,
Oh.
so I'm not gonna. If he's deceased, I will not cure wounds there,
Oh boy.
and I will also. I'll cast. Oops, that's not the right roll. That is, have another 11 hit points, Nyexzor.
Oh, thank you.
So that's 2 spell slots.
We're gonna have to inform people of what just happened.
I could just every minute that passes, I have another healing elixir for 2d4 plus 2. So you guys will be at full eventually.
Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna help. I'm gonna heal up Nyexzor. Does Nyexzor need any more healing?
I'm at 39 of 53 at the moment.
And 53
Okay,
does include
congratulate-
the reduction, correct?
Yeah, that's the reduced. My
Okay.
normal is 79.
Okay.
Okay, Nyexzor, I'm gonna burn
You
a
haven't-
second level spell slot on you.
Maximum hit points as I do.
Oh, don't worry about the second level spell slots because I'll be able to just keep making these elixirs until he's at full. Just take a little bit of time, but we're not being attacked right now.
Well, don't I feel like a right heel for trying to help?
Well, I used 2 solely because of the fact I can cast my Hunter's Mark out of
Wind Reaper.
Wind Reaper once, and I don't really need my second level spell slots unless I'm upcasting in most cases. I do have 1 spell that uses them, and Hunter's Mark does not use second level spell
Oh,
slots.
wait. Hold up.
So even if I have to
I-
recast it,
My bad. I was reading the wrong thing. I thought healing elixir was a cantrip. My bad. I cannot just pump out healing elixirs.
it's fine.
So it looks
Hey.
like
Use your
like
second level spell slot.
you are going to need to administer some healing.
But
I'm going to burn
Well-
a second level spell slot on you, Nyexzor, because you're desperately gonna need it, and I can heal 2d8. I can heal you for 2d8 hit points.
2d8 plus
Roll.
5, actually.
I've also got 10
Yeah.
healers kits.
You actually have a better roll than I do, technically. I just happen to roll a pair of, or roll a pair of 8s.
I gotta say, I just love the thought of,
Congratulations.
I love the thought that my ring is my spellcasting focus, so whenever Pippin goes to like shoot something with Eldritch Blast, he just like points his fist at them like the Green Lantern and shoots a beam out of his ring.
By
Yes.
the way, Nyexzor, you heal another 14 hit points.
You're damn close to your what you
Nyexzor-
can
Yeah.
handle.
Oh,
maximum.
wow. I'm at my maximum.
Okay.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Exactly at the maximum.
Nice.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Nestor turns to you, Bordan, puts your hand on his shoulder and says, I don't think we're going to need those healers kits. Between me, Senku, Nyexzor, and Perrin, we're a MASH unit.
What about me? I can make healing elixirs.
Yeah. I
mean, seriously, Nestor is right. We are a mobile army surgical hospital.
Nyexzor is gonna use his large body and just like hug all of you tightly.
Please.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
hey,
Help me.
he loosens up.
you hear Nestor say, if the situation were reversed, you'd be doing the same for us.
No doubt, dude. No doubt.
And then everyone can make me a perception check.
Perception.
That's gonna be a 26.
Oh, wow.
That's a 14.
That's 18.
Nope, gotta find my app.
You need a
There
what
it is.
check from me?
Perception.
You need a what check?
Perception.
Okay, might as well.
Perception.
That's a 14.
Okay.
You got a 14 as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perception.
Who else
It's 23.
23 is good. Who else got? I know Senku got a 14. Who else got a 14? Was that
I
Perrin?
did. Yes.
Okay. So everyone else, actually, very briefly, if Perrin and Senku could go down to the DM chat so I can share this info with the others. I'll summon you in just a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
So you guys all here, you're administering the healing, you're celebrating the fact that you at least got rid of the vampire. Nyexzor loosens his grip, and you hear this very faint, very echoey moaning sound. Is the best is the only way I can describe it. Now give me a moment while I get the others.
Oh my.
What is that?
Uh,
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
I really don't like that sound.
What
What
sound?
It
I
sort of like
it
moaning
Yeah.
is best
Very-
like an
we can-
undead,
identify
like an
it.
undead
Oh,
sound coming from the distance. You guys can't hear that? Ugh.
Nestor looks. I think we need to get to the battlements.
agreed.
Now.
We just had a
Done.
vampire. If you're hearing more undead,
Could be an apocalypse on our hands.
and they're fighting a dragon that's under the control of a lich. That we've already fought one undead.
What if the dragon's undead?
No, it's
That
a
would be frightening.
an undead lightning. Ugh.
I'll give you this. I'll give you this straight up because Pippin actually saw the thing. It in no way, shape, or form looked undead.
Okay.
It
Okay.
looked vibrant, full of life, like very azure blue scales.
Properly like a blue dragon.
It looked like it. It looked like a living. It looked like a living blue dragon in its prime. So with that, I need you guys to roll me. I need you guys to roll me an intelligence check.
Intelligence.
10-4?
Yeah.
All of us?
That's a
All of
17.
That's a 21.
Intelligence.
Why-
Let me.
I only have an intelligence of 2. That's a 21.
Hey, that's what I have.
I don't even. Why do I even bother?
God.
You're able to
20.
between- Okay. Yeah. Why do I bother to try? Yes, you guys are very easily able to navigate a castle you've never been in before and find your way to one of the outer battlements.
How can I trip
I
these
love
guys
a
up?
seg- I
Roll
love a seg-
intelligence.
Why do I even try?
Pippin's like, oh, I know this
That is
place.
like,
I have a
why
map
do I
of it on the
even
back of my certificate. I've been here 3 times.
Right?
Oh,
He-
just
he is
uh,
local, so this makes sense.
Just a
This is a
blue
creature
dragon
in there,
strolling through.
This is a country that I
do I even
neighbor.
bother to try?
Yeah, I just
There,
love that. The
there.
DM might as well just
Wait,
flip
do I
the
even
table.
try?
Like, won't
Where?
even bother to try.
And the best part wasn't even the people with the highest intelligence, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Even the person with the lowest
Yeah,
intelligence
and
got a
I rolled
19.
a 7 on that intelligence check, but I'm following everyone else so I don't get lost.
Yeah. You guys, between Perrin and Pippin, are very easily able to find your way through the halls. It does take you about 6 minutes, but you are very easily able to navigate the castle, get to one of the towers, ascend the stairs, and reach the battlements. And yes, to the southwest, you see a mass of in the
Undead.
darkness, you almost can't tell. You can't tell numbers. It's a mass beyond numbers that you can see, and the only reason you can even see it is because you see parts of what appear to be ground that are moving.
How far away?
Oh, no.
Holy
If
God.
you had to guess, about a mile and a half.
Thousands.
Zoe, down. How fast are they moving?
Not very.
All right. Before we sound, can we tell what they are, who they are, anything?
You can't tell it. You can't tell from here. You're too high up and too far away, and it's just too dark.
And the mainstay of the city guard is gone.
Yeah.
So, what you're telling me is that
Worth a line in the sand.
the fastest people should run there as fast as possible. Once they see if it's bad news, sound the alarms, because it might just be. What if it's just the 300 coming back? We can't just open fire.
If it was a military force, they'd probably be moving with some sort of haste
But if the
Yeah, and not moaning.
and not
Oh,
moaning.
that's
This
happening.
I believe these are zombies.
Okay.
Possibly.
This is clearly undead.
Either they're zombies or they're incredibly wounded and coming back from a dragon fight.
I'm gonna
Interesting.
go with the former rather than the latter.
All right. Are there any war bells or war horns that we could see on this wall or battlement? Like warning bells or anything to warn the residents without using our dragonborn scream?
Yes,
Might
as
be
a
a good
matter of fact,
idea as
there
well.
are.
Might be a good idea to raise the drawbridge.
Yeah, that's also a good idea. We should probably raise the drawbridge. I'm gonna go ring the bell or sound the horns, whichever one there are.
It's
I
a
do-
horn. Nestor turns
I'm
to
gonna
you.
also do.
I could use my my dragon voice again. Set.
We need something loud as possible.
I
That's
I
not gonna-
probably
What am I need?
would I be louder than
Yeah.
that bell?
No.
It's not a bell, it's a
No, the
horn.
bell would be designed to alert the entire
Okay.
town.
And it's a horn.
Senku
yeah?
looks at Nestor. Sorry. Senku looks at Nestor and asks, "Where am I needed?"
I don't know, Senku. I'm a little bit more scared than I'm scared beyond the capacity for rational thought.
Okay, let's just sound this horn.
Sound the
Nyexzor,
alarm, yes.
Nyexzor, you're the loudest. Get on that horn and blow it.
Will do.
Okay.
And,
Does
Nestor-
anybody have?
Sorry, Nestor does turn to you, Bordan, when you talk about raising the drawbridge, and says, "That's not going to protect the people in town."
No,
No,
but it could
but
stop.
we'll be fine.
Dan.
If we raise the
Bonk.
draw, we need to sound the alarms. We need to raise the drawbridge, and we need to get in. We need to get a light in there just to see. Does any of our attacks, like Eldritch Blast or Moonbeam, actually cast a ray of light?
Mm.
I do have produce flame.
That's not a bad idea, but we have to get him close enough to do that.
Yeah.
Where if we
Um,
can, okay, we need to get to the city, the actual city gates. Because is this city surrounded by walls?
Now.
Actually, or is this like open field city, no walls, no protection?
On an out of character note, this will be a great moment for Meteor Swarm.
Uh,
I wish I had something that was group related, but I'm mainly a one-on-one fighter.
Well, Meteor Swarm is a 9th level evocation with a range of 1 mile.
Dang.
it is just to obliterate them.
It does 4 different points on the ground. Every creature within 40-foot radius sphere has to make a dex throw, or take 20 d6 fire and 20 d6 bludgeoning.
Damn.
And they
Yeah.
only have it. And they only have it for succeeding.
Meteor Swarm, Meteor Swarm
and,
is your tactical nuke. To answer your question about the wall, yes, this is a walled city.
Okay, we need to get... Are these guys coming towards the main gate? What way are they coming from?
The main gate was due south. At least that's the only... There may be another main gate. These guys are coming from the southwest.
I say we need to block off all the gates, and we either need to get everybody out, or we need to hold out long enough for support to come.
Wall of fire, and I'm pretty sure that cast a lot of light as well too.
If we can get out there and... Are they... How far? You said about a mile out? If we can get out there, maybe we could lay some traps quickly, or lure them into a tight area where the wall of fire just consumes them all.
A kill box.
Yeah, like a kill box.
Nestor, you see a faint smile spread across Nestor's face when he says, and he says, "We don't need a kill box." And he holds up the he holds up the lightning crystal. Says, "We are the kill box."
Actually,
Well,
smirks.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time we showed these zombies that we're about to rock them. Like a hurricane.
And I feel like this is the point where Sen says, and that's a wonderful time to end it for the night. Where'd the music come from?
You are psychic. Because it is in fact 1:45, and this is an absolutely perfect time to call it. Because if we continue, I don't want to. I felt so bad dragging the game on till 2:30 last week.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't mind it, but
yeah, but
it's still rough for retro.
Yeah.
And I work too, so.
By the way,
yeah.
Did you like that line? Did you like that line I threw in there?
It felt highly forced.
What line?
Rock them like a hurricane. It felt very, very forced. Almost painfully forced. I won't stop you I won't and can't stop you from doing it, but forced.
It's like a corny TV show.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
But
it's a joke from Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
I know.
Watch that one.
It's very funny. I strongly recommend it. But
I'm thinking of watching Sword Art Online Abridged, but
Sword Art Online is so good.
I love it.
Just to give you an idea, guess what the challenge rating on that vampire was?
17, maybe?
Level 6 or level 9 characters. I would
No.
assume.
No, it was a challenge rating 13.
Yeah, that's a 13.
So
what did we do?
Character?
What the hell did we just do?
What is
I nearly died. That's what I did.
So CR13, was it a party of 4 13 level characters are supposed to expend 1/4 of their resources?
Good grief. We barely expended any resources. Just a couple of us got wounded, and we took it out. Good grief.
Well, I will actually say that part of my my whole metagaming thing, they do have a regeneration every turn of 20 hit points, unless they take radiant damage.
Yep. Hit effector. You guys bypassed that the first turn, but you did heal 20 hit points the second.
Yep, I wasn't able to do much about that one.
Yeah, it's like honestly, if I really had taken it to as far as I could have with that, instead of just asking where the radiant crystal was, I could have suggested moving it so that you had, so that we had two people or another person with radiant damage, which I did not do that.
And feel
You're
free
fine.
to.
You're fine. I called the only reason I called it out is because you guys are so good at not doing it.
Yeah, I was like, oops, I'd say, because honestly, it would have been less of a problem if I had asked where those were, because nobody else used theirs. Except for maybe, what was it? Nestor, I think, used his, but the acid one did not get used.
No, I didn't use the lightning crystal. I just
yeah.
used a spell.
I used
Yes,
the
only
radiant
the
crystal
radiant.
for the damage of my sword, but
Yeah, and it's like, honestly, if I had taken it further, your sword already does radiant damage to undead.
oh yeah.
So it's like, honestly, if it had been moved to somebody else, it would have been far more useful. Not that it mattered.
Yeah.
Don't beat yourself up over it. Like I'm like, I could have done that better, but
Still
at the same time, I did not go as far as I could have, because as I said, I fought them on
We appreciated that.
I fought them on at least 3 occasions, usually in singles, because this game is not designed to have multiple legendary creatures in the same fight.
Challenge accepted.
I've done
please.
it with 2 white dragons, and I've done it with 2 vampires.
Man, the one time when we were playing D&D, a white dragon appeared in the river that we had to cross, and my wife, who just happened to speak Sylvan and Draconic, was able to speak to the little sprites that warned her about the dragon, and then talk to the dragon, who, I don't know if it was evil or if it was good or what, I don't know what white dragons are, but talked it into letting our party cross its river and move on about our way without any problems. Like,
And
you gotta
honestly,
be kidding me. That's cool.
White dragons are evil. They're also the dumbest and most animalistic of the dragons.
Yep. They're also the thing with legendary creatures is that the legendary resistance, which is 3 times per day, they can choose to succeed a saving throw if they fail it.
That's how she did it.
Yep.
I'm glad that Sen did not call out that it was legendary resistance being used, because anybody that even knows about that, for any reason, such as having fought a legendary creature, very quickly metagames that, oh, it used its legendary resistance once.
Yep,
Oh,
I would
it used it
immediately.
2 times.
If he had said that, I would have immediately Googled it out of curiosity.
Yeah, anybody that's fought him practically knows about the legendary resistance and has 3 times per day. Very quickly, that gets metagamey by anybody that's fought them or any DM that's even looked at them.
Yeah, and seriously, like, please do not feel bad, and do not consider me calling it out like a sign, calling you out on it like a sign of offense or disrespect, because it was not intended.
I wanted to explain that because, yeah, that was a minor whoops on my part.
If anything, I called it out kind of like partially as a joke.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that you took it so seriously.
No, honestly,
I meant no offense or disrespect.
I realized that after the fact. It was like, oh, whoops.
But seriously, fine job. Top marks from you, Pat, for not continuing with it and for realizing that. And that was a fun fight for me to run.
Oh, yeah. Legendary creatures can be fun to fight. And
seriously, we kicked the ass of a challenge level 13.
You guys did. I barely could do anything.
I don't think
I
we
nearly
kicked that
died.
much. Yeah, we had a rough time. If there was more enemies, it might have been the death of a couple of us.
Let's put it
Yeah.
this way: the two creatures we ran into that Sen had mentioned outright. The adult blue dragon is a legendary CR 16. The vampire is a legendary CR 13.
Okay. But yeah, I'm not afraid of death in this game as long as I have control of whether I die or, if I'm getting low on health, of course I'm going to disengage and try to get away. But I hate being one hit, man. I feel that's so cheap.
At this point, I don't think it's possible. I mean,
At this
there are
point,
some-
I don't think outside of maybe power word kill, anything
Yeah.
I know of can outright kill us in a single shot from full. And
I think-
even then,
Wait. What do you mean by one hit, man?
So when I say one hit, I mean outright kill you, not drop you to 0, but
Yeah.
take you down, negative your hit point maximum from maximum.
Oh, yeah. That's what happened to me. We were level
About the only thing
7
that
or 8.
probably take us down by enough to drop us and do some of us and actually kill us outright would be ancient dragons.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
those do, their breath weapon is 88 average damage, which is 16d10.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
they have breath weapons that can and will one-shot, level 10 characters.
Oh, yeah. Just know.
But they have to roll maximum damage, and you have to fail the save and have no means of having the damage otherwise.
Oh, yeah.
And even if you have the damage in that case of a roll, you're probably still down. Even at half damage, you're probably down at our level.
One thing that I was going to do at the beginning of when we entered the room with the guy and the girl disappeared, I had a bad feeling, and I was going to prepare my Eldritch Blast to attack anything that attacked him as a reaction. But I figured it was safe and there was nothing wrong, and I was just thinking of things, so I didn't do it.
Honestly, if
And I'm
I
like,
had the ability to
I could have
do
saved
so-
the guy.
Honestly, if I had the ability to do so, that would have been the case of, okay, is there a way... Because I know there are spells that detect undead, but I don't have them.
Well, I know that I believe it's a rule where you I don't know if it can work outside of combat, but if you're in combat and you want to skip your turn, you prepare an attack with a specific rule of what has to happen.
It's called readying an action. You set
Yeah.
some conditions that have to be at least somewhat specific. Like, if this person moves within some range of me, I cast a spell. Or if this person makes draws his weapon, I will.
The typical example would be, okay, I want to hold an action of any kind for offense. If somebody takes hostile action within range, I attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about doing with either Eldritch Blast or my crossbow. I'm like,
And the problem with saying
nah.
it as I just put it, if, say, the Prime Minister made a hostile action, because I just was so broad with it, technically I attack him.
Well, you'd have to run it as a reaction, though.
Yeah, that's a
So
reaction.
that would be wouldn't that be actually
No,
activate the reaction?
If you're readying an action, it can be an action, or it specifically will be an action, not a reaction.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, whereas,
No.
say, the best way to put them is, say, if an enemy takes hostile action within range, I attack.
Yep.
That's the most appropriate way to do so, or specify it further, because otherwise, I could be like, oh, I'm done dealing with this person, and take hostile action against them. Technically, if you're super broad with it, you attack me,
Yep.
because I was the one taking the hostile action. That is
Shoot you in the
literally-
face. Mordan, stop that.
That is, yes, so that's the thing with that is, even if it's within your character to be is super,
Anyway,
broad,
I'm heading off, guys.
Yeah,
Take
I've
care.
got,
Alright, have a good one.
See ya.
I've got to get out of here
Yep.
as well, guys. I'll see you all later.
Good night,
See you, Retro.
guys.
Take care.
Yeah, it's like
Oh, yeah.
even if it's within your character to be as broad as possible with that statement when you're writing or when you're holding an action, don't, because it can lead to some really dumb things your character might not necessarily do.
Yeah. Don't be broad with it. I would have gone somewhere along the lines of if an enemy of my character tries to attack the Prime Minister.
Like, I
or-
think my typical one would be if they're going to take if somebody takes hostile action against us, I will attack them,
Yeah.
and I will specify how I'm attacking them.
Yeah, that's why I specify if an enemy of myself attacks a specific person. Then, if it's a friend, I don't attack them.
Yeah, because I'd say if Bergeron attacked, say, the vampire because the vampire didn't attack for whatever reason, I don't attack Bergeron. But if the vampire
Exactly.
does attack, I attack the vampire.
Because Bergeron's
I
not our enemy.
No. Can I just say also, I'm thrilled with the level of deductive reasoning this party has. I mean, you guys, without realizing that, without realizing you had figured it out, you figured out that the dragon was a diversion to draw away Braylon's forces. You realized, you put two and two together about the bat being a vampire, just not quite in time to save Bergeron, which is kinda, I admit, how I intended it. Make no mistake, it absolutely would have been possible had you figured things out sooner to stop the vampire, but that was not a straight up bog standard vampire.
Oh yeah.
I tweaked it a little bit. I gave it incredibly high stealth. I gave it a few cantrips, and I gave it invisibility. So
That's why you couldn't see it.
that's why you
Yep.
couldn't see it, and you heard that's why you heard the footsteps going away behind you, because it used prestidigitation. The same, you gave me that inspiration 3/4.
Oh, no.
No. I love prestidigitation, man. It's such an underrated cantrip, honestly. It could be used in so many good ways.
I was gonna say, 'cause I was like, okay, because of the fact I've had to deal with the vampires enough, I know a little bit about them. I didn't say this in that. Was it Stacy?
You just stopped.
What I always saw was if you meet it, the defender beats it.
I missed
But
all that.
I've never seen where the attacker
Okay,
wins.
yeah,
it
because it can go either way then. But as I said, I've only ever seen it as meets it, beats it.
I had one
So that's
DM
interesting.
who, if it meets it, he would ask for the whatever score they were using. So if they were using a weapon that used their dex, if their dex was higher than the enemies, then they won. But if the enemy's modifier, whatever their main attack modifier would be it strength or charisma, whatever they used, would then be put up against whatever the attacker's was.
Yeah, because vampires are pretty damn mean. They're not as mean as that dragon would have been. But
Oh God, no! That dragon, its AC straight up was 22.
oh God,
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
That's-
some of us can't quite do that, I don't think.
I'd have to roll 12 or higher.
yeah,
to
I was like,
hit
that's a
that.
worse than 50-50 shot on me.
Yeah.
So
I would have to roll pretty high.
We didn't level up today, did we?
You did not. I'm not gonna.
Okay.
I'm sort of doing it by milestone, or if something suitably something suitably epic happens, I'll grant you a level. But I'm not gonna. I will never give you a. I will never give you a level in 2 consecutive sessions.
Yeah,
never
because we
remember.
just did.
All right,
So
I
it was
just
level- yeah, that was a ridiculous fight, but
man, I was so
I was real
sad.
impressed.
So my first invocation is of course Devil's Sight. But my second one's Agonizing Blast. I missed both my shots. I was so sad.
Hey, don't worry. I took alert and rolled like dog shit on my initiative.
Oh yeah. I'm excited for the next level up because I have a feat I want to grab.
So
And I'm thinking of bailing on the whole Shadow Monk idea and going straight Warlock Rogue because I love the I've been looking over Warlock and I'm falling in love with all of its stuff.
Warlock is an amazing class.
Like
Warlock
I'm
is
probably
very flexible.
like I almost wish I'd just gone full Warlock because being at what I'd be level 8 right now.
Let's put it this way: I was kind of tempted to make a remake my Warlock I made before for this,
Yeah.
but I decided against it and went with Ranger instead because we already have basically what that Warlock would have filled in. Also,
Oh,
the
yeah.
problem being that Warlock was Kalishtar, which
Yeah.
was not necessarily a race that Sen was allowing at that point. Or-
Yeah, like this is only the first session I've introduced a race that was not
That
right
was
out of
off
the player's
campus, yeah.
handbook, being the Goliath, and
Yeah,
that's only going to be for, you know, that's going to be those are going to be very few and far between.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and if I had been able to do Kalishtar, I would have asked to do the UA version instead of the Eberron version. Which
Most of the time, as far as Unearthed Arcana goes, I have zero objections. I'm looking into. I'm studying to do a potential complete rebuild, much like 3/4 was suggesting. By the way, if you want to do that 3/4, you have my complete permission and authorization to go ahead and do that.
To do what?
Rebuild Pippin as a stray warlock. I have zero problem with that. I made this clear to the others when we first started. I want you to be happy with your I want you to be happy with your character. Continuity be damned. You know, if you're happy with your character, you're gonna keep coming back.
Yep.
I played in a game. The reason I have this mentality is I played in a game where it was a phenomenal story. Like it just about started out in the with the Horde of the Dragon Queen. So the town that's in the time with the dragon and all that fun stuff. But right after that right after we escaped that town, it went off the rails and into a homebrew game that had a really rich and interesting story that you wanted to learn more about the story. The problem was the DM made pre-generated characters.
Ooh.
Nobody liked the characters.
I was like, yeah, no. Pre-generated characters are not good unless you are doing, say, a one-shot for new people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you have a game where it's like you didn't tell people, or you didn't let people build their characters in advance because they didn't know how to, and you want to get started straight away.
Oh yeah. And if I did switch to Warlock, it wouldn't actually mess up my character too badly because I could still build it around the weapons that I have.
Like I said, by all means, I give you full leave and permission to do that.
Yeah, and Warlocks are actually really not that hard to class or to switch from a martial class into because they are a martial caster.
Yep.
So they're not as good as, say, a proper full martial class, like, say, a ranger or fighter, in terms of martial prowess. But they have some martial prowess.
Yeah.
Speaking of martial prowess, can we just appreciate how devastating poor Dan was?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna keep level 3 in Rogue.
That's cool.
And then
I
take
wasn't
the other 3 levels and put it in
grappled or
Warlock.
bitten. I would have done more.
Dude, that's unfortunately sometimes how the dice fall. And
Yeah.
let's not forget you were MVP last fight.
True. True.
The MVP was sort of split between Nyexzor and Pippin.
Oh yeah, I still remember him just jumping it out and go shoof
and bifurcating a main player.
Gotta say, I feel like Nyexzor and Pippin always end up doing like the craziest nonsense together. So far, they're like the dynamic duo of crazy nonsense.
I know, right? This big old hulking
I was like, well, I'm going to turn a target into a pincushion because, well, that's what a ranger loves to do.
And then, Pippin's like, I'm going to chop off heads. Cut you into.
And with how I built Perrin, I will gladly stick back and turn a target into a pincushion for fairly sizable amounts of damage.
That's why that was why I went with the description I did with how you missed, because you are used to hanging back and firing down range at some distance, not 10 feet.
Yeah.
Sadly, one of them went into my shoulder.
I actually had considered if I had missed again, so using my bonus action to switch to melee, and then should it have continued a second round, gone at her melee.
I would love to see you use Wind Reaper in its melee configuration.
Because I totally would have done that, because it's like, screw this, I can't seem to hit, and yeah, it's slightly harder to hit with melee for me, but honestly, how I personally play it, or do it, I'm having problems at range. Okay, time to get in close and do something that I can do.
Is it harder to hit for you in melee? I thought I set that up that you'd use the same bonus. I thought I made those finesse.
The bonus is slightly different because
your archery
my fighting style.
Okay.
The fighting style adds +2 to hit.
Right. Okay.
I don't get that bonus, which is part of why I will stick at range more, because it's easier to hit, even if it's only slightly. But otherwise, they're identical in terms of what they will do.
Okay, so I have 16 hit points.
And it's built that way on purpose. I'm built that way on purpose. The goal is to be able to sit back and reserve myself for if it's necessary to get into melee. Like, say, if she hadn't grappled Nyexzor and she was in Nyexzor's face and nobody else could really do anything, yeah, I would totally go into melee because, hey, I have a nice health reserve.
Yeah.
And I have a decent AC. There's no point in not doing so, especially since I can do as much, if not more, damage.
So,
because I do technically get a third attack in melee.
Am I to assume you guys had fun tonight?
Hell yeah. It made it a bit more interesting with the bit of the struggle we had. But yeah, even though I almost died, I had fun.
Well, don't forget, you can always use that pool of healing you have.
Yeah, I was about to, but everybody chipped in. Like, heck, guys.
And that pool healing is a bonus action, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Remember, you do have the action economy. Because of the fact that you use your action to break the grapple, you still could use the bonus action. Then again, Sen did move on really quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my fault, and I apologize.
I was trying to figure out, it's like, okay, what's bonus action for me? Okay.
Yeah, I will say, because I will mention that, and I would have actually said it out loud, but I was like, I'm not necessarily going to. But it's like, because that would be considered table talk, and in some cases that's usually frowned upon.
Well, I sincerely appreciate that, but do not feel like if you feel like I'm going too fast, potentially skipping the opportunity, not making it, not giving someone a full opportunity there.
Yeah.
I give you full leave and permission to speak up, because I'll be the first one to admit I'm a good DM.
Yeah.
I believe everyone here agrees, but at the end of the day, I'm as new to 5th edition as Retro and Thunder. Like,
Yeah.
I've played a grand total of maybe 20 sessions, and I've never run a game in 5th edition until now.
Yeah.
So,
And one thing I will mention with my healing, even though I do have, I have to weigh how valuable is my healing over me potentially stopping the threat in battle, because in order for me to attack, period, I have to use my action.
yeah.
And in order for me to heal, that's my action.
What I love is, at the end of the day, Perrin can heal, Pippin can heal, Nestor can heal, Nyexzor can heal,
Yep.
and Senku can heal. Nyexzor is the best healer by far.
Yes.
Followed by, I honestly think me.
Yeah, I think it's you.
I'm going to be a fair bit down there because I have a lower bonus to my healing. But I also lose a lot of the healing spells of dedicated healing classes.
Yeah.
But I do still get especially with the ability to, or with the fact that I'm rarely using my spell slots for actual spells, because that's really how the ranger rolls, is use a spell slot to cast your Hunter's Mark or to cast, say, Hail of Thorns, and then you're really done unless you have to re-up the spell. So maybe 2 spell slots if I'm using Hail of Thorns. I'm only using 1 if I use Hail of Thorns. And I'm not really tapping into my 2nd level spell slots for casting. So what I can do is I can go at the end of the combat, because then I'm not worried about the action economy. I can go, okay, here's a 2nd level spell slot to heal.
Yep. You may be if anything, you're 2nd lowest on the healing rung. Lowest, and I say this with no offense or disrespect, is Pippin. Pippin is the lowest on the healing thing, because he can have 1 heal. He can burn a spell and have a single healing potion.
Still useful sometimes.
It's helpful.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing with the Warlock, is they're not necessarily the best healing class, but it depends on but because of their archetypes, which would be the patrons, they're very flexible. Because the one I would have made would have been a Celestial Pact, which is a decent healing class.
Yeah, they get the same kind of healing pool as a druid.
Yep, they get the druid healing pool, they get Cure Wounds, and that Cure Wounds is always cast at highest level. And they get that Cure Wounds back, or get those spell slots back at a short rest. So they're really not bad. That, and they also get Lesser Restoration and Revivify, and Greater Restoration.
My all-time favorite Warlock pact is the Hexblade.
I'd say there's a lot of they're all really good in some way, shape, or form.
Straight up, Hexblade, one of the first things you get is you can run your attack and your damage through your charisma.
Ooh. And that's their best stat. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So it's like charisma, constitution, and that's it. And that's all you need.
Yeah, you just dump in all that, and it's just mean.
Yeah.
And it's like, honestly, the thing I like about, say, the Celestial Pact, which is why I really liked it, actually the reason I'd used it was because it made sense for the campaign. I built that Warlock in. The spells are not necessarily bad either that it gives you, because it gives you Cure Wounds, Guiding Bolt, Flaming Sphere, Lesser Restoration, Daylight Revivify, Guardian of Faith, Wall of Fire, Flame Strike, and Greater Restoration. It doesn't give you anything stupidly ridiculous like, say, Fireball, but Wall of Fire is a good spell. Guiding Bolt can be mean. Flame Strike is a nasty offensive spell. Flaming Sphere is hilarious. Flaming Sphere, you quite literally put a sphere of fire within range. Anything that's next to said sphere of fire has to make a dexterity save or take 2d6 of damage. Have it on a successful save. You can move the flaming sphere for a bonus action, and you can also make it move into a target, doing damage to them.
I think that was something I could do.
Yeah, that's a druid spell. It's hilariously funny. It's not the most powerful spell out there, but it does damage, and it does it fairly solid, and it does it without fail practically, and it adds up, and it's another one of those ones you move. So it's like, oh, you keep moving? Okay, have more fire damage. So it's like, it's not necessarily the best, but you just can keep chucking it around and doing damage.
Yep.
Actually, did they change it? Because Oh, you can ram it, yeah. They have to make a save against the ram.
Yep.
I was like, where is it? Because I thought it was more... Because I didn't think it was a save, but it is a save. Okay.
Alright, I know what I'm doing. Time to get rid of Uncanny Dodge.
And just so you guys understand the mechanics behind how I was able to make 3 attacks in a round, as a sorcerer,
sorcery points.
Yep, they get one of their meta magic abilities. They get a pool of what are called sorcery points that they can spend to do stuff, recover a spell slot, or they can use it on what's called meta magic, which they take a spell and they change it in certain ways. One of the options is called Quicken Spell. So you spend 2 sorcery points, and a spell that's cast as an action is cast as a bonus action instead. Now, there is a spell called Booming Blade, which on a hit, which, as I should say, as part of casting the spell, you make a melee attack, and on a hit, they do normal weapon damage, and if they move, they take a d8 of thunder damage. But at higher levels, they actually take extra thunder damage on the hit. And what's cool is if you quicken that, you're making the melee attack as the bonus action.
Oh, nice.
So that's how I was able to pump that off. And one of the reasons why I'm 100% cool with a character rebuild is I'm potentially looking into one myself. Because right now I'm 5 paladin. I'm then going to go 13 sorcerer and finish with 2 levels of fighter. So I'm going to end up being 3 different classes. And it's kind of a gimmick build, but like I feel like I can do it. I feel like I can pull off the gimmick a little bit better and be not necessarily more of a munchkin character, but more of a fully fleshed out character if I dump the paladin completely, grab a single level of Hexblade Warlock to make me need less ability scores. So it'd be like 1 Warlock, 2 Fighter, and the rest Sorcerer.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to build this thing to do two very specific things that I pretty much try to do with just about any build, or anytime I do anytime I play a character, because they're two things that have stuck with me since I was a little kid. So, and make no mistake, they are, if you'll pardon my language, hella powerful, but not something I can do more than maybe twice a day.
So, question.
Answer.
Because I'm basically doing a complete rebuild from my thing. Does Warlock use intelligence or wisdom as its main? Or what's its
Charisma.
main? Charisma? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're a charisma caster.
Okay. So I removed that. Now I gotta add that. So that's my ability score improvement.
Yeah, that's why it's like, honestly, interestingly, the Kalshar, which is part of why I use the Kalshar for the Warlock, works really well for it. And I've noticed a few changes. Interesting. I've noticed more changes, because the big change I noticed between the UA and the official Kalshar, the Eberron one, is they removed the Psychic Glamour, which is make all of either of one of the four with advantage. And so you can either pick Insight, Intimidation, Performance, or Persuasion to have advantage on. They removed that completely. But they buffed the Dual Mind, which was originally use your reaction to take advantage on a Wisdom saving throw. They buffed it to all Wisdom saving throws get advantage. And then they changed the ability score increase from Wisdom and Charisma get 1, and then one of your choice gets 1. And they changed it to 2 for Wisdom and 1 for Charisma. It's like, interesting. Because they're really interesting. Because they're basically, think like telepathic humans. For all intents and purposes. Because what they get, the UA one, which is the one I prefer, interestingly, even though there's a few things that the Dual Mind is better in Eberron, they get the Dual Minds that advantage on Wisdom saving throws. They have resistance to psychic damage. They can talk telepathically to any creature within 60 feet that understands the language. And that creature can, as long as I choose to let them, they can respond telepathically. Then they also have that advantage on one of those 4 skills. They also do not dream. So the dream spell they're immune to.
Nice.
And then they have Common, Quarry, and then another language of their choice for languages. So it's like, okay. So they're one of those where it's like, yeah, you can put me to sleep, but you can't make me dream.
So the Nightmare spell has no effect either.
Yeah, basically anything that requires dream, or you to be able to dream, they're immune to. They just kind of laugh at you. If you're doing psychic damage, they kind of laugh there. Plus, usually things that do psychic damage also are wisdom saves. So they just laugh even more there.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the spell that I used was called Shadow Blade, and ordinarily that deals psychic damage. But because of Nestor's inheritance,
it was electric. Yeah. And it's like, 'cause that's the funny thing is things like, they're basically as good when it comes to dealing with charm as an elf, because charm is wisdom. So basically they got a slightly better resistance to wisdom effects than elves do. because owls, as I said, they do get that resistance to charm. But that's the only thing they get resistance to in terms of that. They also are immune to sleep, so they get a slightly weaker version of that and just can't dream. Personally, as I said, I honestly like the UA one slightly better because they get you that slightly better skill check, and they also give you more flexibility with the ability score, so you can actually build them more flexibly. But they made a bloody good bard. Because you could have been like, oh, I'm a bard. I get advantage on all performance checks.
Yeah, speaking of bloody good, that vampire had an... Yeah, don't feel bad that you got grappled by that vampire, Thunder. That thing rolled insanely well on its grapple check.
Yeah, because the way I've seen them played before as well is with the grapple. When they do grapple, it was just automatic. That's how I've usually seen them played.
So
I did my research. It was it's an opposed roll.
Interesting. So it's an imposed roll to do so, and then it has the set DC to get out. That's interesting.
I don't know where you found that set DC, because what I was looking at was...
So if you go and look at the block, it'll say unarmed strike, vampire form only. The last thing it says, instead of dealing damage, the vampire can grapple the target. Escape DC 18.
Huh.
So it's like basically how the DMs I've seen before use it before read that is, okay, punch, I'm not going to do damage, instead I'm going to grapple you. No roll needed. Pass the attack roll. Which is like, okay. And then they can't necessarily take an action immediately in some cases, depending on how they've been played. So if they're doing their multi-attack as a pair of unarmed strikes and then grappling, they can't bite. Unless they use their legendary action, which they usually have at that point. Actually, they always have at that point. The thing is, they can only bite once as a legendary action per turn.
Yep, and it eats up 2 of their 3 uses.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what made that... Like, that was a fun fight for me to run.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm like, okay, there's 2 guys here. Wait, it can move without risking an opportunity attack? Okay, it's going to immediately go after one of the most dangerous people in the party.
I was like, I'd never read that part of it before because that's an action to do that. But it's not the worst action, since it combines the move action and the disengage action.
Exactly. It's amazing.
So it's like, oh, I'm getting the ship kicked out of me. I'm now 30 feet away from you and you can do nothing about it. Or is it 30 feet or is it more? Because I don't know their movement. Yes, their movement is 30. So that's just like, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore.
See,
I have to do that 3 times, whereas you can only at best double move.
And what's really scary is you haven't seen the last of her.
Yeah, I know that she's not gone because we don't know where her coffin is.
Indeed. And another fair warning, I have always been very good at making unusual additions to the stock enemies, i.e., I know how to give them class levels and how to run and how to operate that.
I'd say I remember one of the vampires I ran into in one of my previous campaigns I was playing in was actually like a wizard.
Yeah,
and that was a friendly NPC vampire that was a wizard. And she cast at one point Meteor Swarm on an army of devils because we need to defend the capital city. It's not going to kill the big ones, but it sure as hell will wipe out all the little ones.
Well, I have plans for her.
Oh,
But yeah, there's a
no.
lot that can be done with those. They're mean. And I actually want to say that they're actually one of the final encounters of Horde of the Dragon Queen, is a vampire. And Horde of the Dragon Queen only levels you to level 8. And it's like, yeah, you have to fight them. Fight one. It's like, the fuck is this?
I mean, I only felt confident doing it for. I really only felt confident for 3 reasons. One, you're not just a full party. You're a party and a half. You are 6 PCs.
Yeah, we're 6-player characters, which is damn good.
You
We
are
also have
6-player
more.
characters.
We also
You
have more resources available than what say Horde of the Dragon Queen expects you to have at that point.
Yeah.
Because Horde of the Dragon Queen throws it to you at level 7. And it also doesn't give you high-end magic weapons of any kind.
Yeah.
It doesn't give you anything like, say, like what Retro or I have, weapon-wise.
Or what
Or
Nyexzor
the
seem
gems.
to have.
Or even the gems. The gems are well beyond what it gives you.
The gems, I'll tell you right now, when you figure out everything they can do, and they have a full charge, they are the equivalent of artifacts.
Yeah, they don't, even with what we have, the closest thing it gives you, I think, and I don't even know if it necessarily is guaranteed to give you this, but I know that when I was playing through it, we had a wand of smiling or something silly like that, and it's like, that's the only wand we have. And it can make somebody smile. That's its only power.
That's one of the most ridiculous and stupid things I've ever heard. Who comes up with this cockamamie bullshit?
That would literally be the people that made the game.
So
Who comes up with this cockamamie bullshit?
I'm not kidding. Let me go find it.
okay, so I'm going through and I've been debating whether or not I'm going to stay a rogue or move over to warlock, and I'm so just going full warlock because everything that I wanted in rogue I can make in warlock, plus everything I love about warlock.
Yes, Wand of Smiles. It's Xanthar's item.
You know,
It's-
I may no longer be proficient with a longsword, but as a packed weapon, I can be.
I was like, yeah, you can basically be, because you can. Then I think you could easily take a feat to fix that too.
Oh yeah, I could easily do that as well.
It's like
I
there's
think it's
ways
like weapon.
around.
Yeah. But if I summon my Sunblade as if I just put my lit activated Sunblade into my packed weapon and made it fade away into its otherworldly dimension thing hiding, instead of summoning the weapon and then having to light it as 2 different actions, I can just summon the lit blade into my hand.
There's one catch with that. Summoning the weapon is a full action, not a bonus action. You're better off keeping it on your person and turning it off.
And then having a different weapon as my packed weapon. Or not running it. Well, that's a good point. I don't have to put it away.
And keep the Sunblade as your packed weapon. Have the +2 to hit and damage. And instead of having to summon it,
Just turn it on.
yeah, just turn it on, because that's a bonus action. Summoning the weapon is an action.
Okay. So that would be something like if I'm like being sent to prison or something, I could summon my weapon.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Perfect. That sounds good to me. As long as I'm still able to use it, because simple weapons is the only proficiency I'll have.
Yeah.
If you go with the
At least you have armor as well.
if you go with the Pact of the Blade, you can like get proficiency with basically any whatever
Any weapon.
whatever weapon is your pact weapon, and you just become proficient with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, the plus side to being a warlock in terms of martial abilities is the fact you get armor proficiency. Versus, hey, you basically just have a robe.
Oh yeah, I have light armor proficiency. The reason I was liking Warlock is because it still allows me to do everything I wanted as a rogue, but easier.
Yeah.
Everything I wanted to do with a rogue makes it like, I might not get double damage when I surprise enemies anymore, but double damage doesn't work quite like I thought it did. Still powerful, just not quite what I'm looking for because my rolls suck. But there are some things that the Warlock has that I'm super happy about, and I am definitely going with just a straight up full on Warlock.
They're a very flexible spellcaster class, and that primarily has to do with the packs you can make.
Yeah.
Whereas, say, the other ones, like Sorcerer and Wizard, are, just because their spell selection, are super flexible.
Yeah.
Because you can basically make a wizard do whatever the hell you want. You can have them basically be a glorified butler, or I'm just going to kill everything in sight.
Yeah. Except now I actually... But now I actually have to go through and actually read all the otherworldly patrons, because I only chose the Fathomless because I was only going to go to level 2, and I just get water breathing. Like, nothing's wrong with water breathing. The reason I'm deciding about changing is because it's getting so complicated keeping track of all the different things that both of the classes have.
Mm-hmm.
And having to have like 13 different pages open just to read back and forth between Rogue, Warlock, this, that. It's like, just gonna go with one class.
What do you want to do with it then? Because each one does something slightly different.
I don't know.
Well, that's something to think on. That would be the question you need to answer in order to determine what patron you want. Yeah. Read what the patrons are, and think about what you want your character to do.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to be melee, I think Hexblade would probably be the best option there.
That's actually what...
Whereas if you want to be more of a caster, the Fiendish Pact can be fairly damn good. If you want to just do outright damage for casting. Whereas the others can have these other utilities. Like, as I said, Celestial can do decent damage, but is also an off healer.
Yeah.
So they all have some sort of thing that they do, and they enhance your spellcasting in some way, shape, or form to better fit that role.
Okay.
As I said, Fiendish Pact is a really damn good spellcasting class because they add Scorching Ray, Fireball, Wall of Fire, Flame Strike.
Okay.
All sorts of really nasty AoE spells, basically.
The Hexblade is freaking cool.
Hexblade, I've only read a little bit on it, but that first level is dangerous.
Like,
it's centered around turning you into a melee.
The character rebuild that I'm contemplating, that I'm doing my research on, would end up being, Hexblade 1, Fighter 2, Sorcerer 17.
Yeah.
Specifically for that Hex Warrior, the charisma to attack and damage.
Yeah.
The only reason I am even remotely hesitant about that is because with the Paladin's Channel Divinity, I can take my normal weapon attack and add my charisma to it. So I go from having a +5 for my my melee attack is like +6 right now, but I use that channel divinity. It's not +6, it's +11.
Good lord.
Gee.
So I almost never miss.
And then
The
with
other,
heck,
the other thing that's keeping me, I apologize for interrupting. The other thing that's keeping me with Paladin is the Divine Smite.
Yeah, the Smite's a huge damage dealer for the Paladin.
nice.
And I didn't, but here's the crazy thing. I dealt like, I think I did a grand total of like 37 damage over those 3 attacks.
Yeah.
Not once did I smite.
Yeah, and if you'd used Smite, you would have been dealing a hell of a lot more.
Yeah. Even a first level smite is 2d8.
Yeah, that's where their damage comes from. The problem is that it's very limited. You compare that to, say, me and my Colossus Slayer. My Colossus Slayer might not seem like much, but over the turns of attacking a damaged target, it's
Might not
going to...
Like much. You do insane damage.
When I combine everything, it's insane. The thing is that Colossus Slayer's only a singular DA, and it never improves.
You are probably the second best damage dealer of the party. And the only reason you're second is because first is a tie between Pippin and Bordan.
Yeah, Bordan will do just ridiculous damage. I could increase it slightly more if I was willing to take a similar negative to my damage, or to my attack roll. Although I'm not going to do so myself, because there is, I want to say, Sharpshooter, which is the exact same as the Great Weapon Master. Yeah, it's literally the same thing, but for ranged weapons.
You know what's gonna make Bordan really scary?
What?
I've been conversing with Retro. He's talking about he's entertaining the possibility of multi-classing into rogue and or fighter.
Let's say fighter would be ridiculous to you for the action surge.
Fighter would be ridiculous for the action surge. Fighter would also be ridiculous for 3 levels of it and going into champion and getting crits of 19 to 20.
Oh yeah, that would be destructive as well. The other one I would recommend
advantage. And here's the other thing: he's also contemplating dipping into 1 to 3 levels of rogue
for sneak attack.
Because sneak attack, regardless if you have regardless of anyone next to you, if you roll with advantage, you add your sneak attack, and guess what? He can do that at will.
Yep.
That would be
pretty good. Even just 1 level of that would be a big bonus.
I'm trying to find the one I would recommend for him. Oh, Brute. Because Brute would be the one I'd recommend, because at 3rd level, that's a D4 added for damage. It's not necessarily extra crits, but again, that adds up, and technically, if he was going further with it, it'd be better than the extra crits.
4 Eldritch Invocations, my gosh.
Some of those are pretty good. Like Armor of Shadows is fantastic. You
don't
need armor again, ever.
Yeah, some of those things are just ridiculous.
Like, if you're a warlock, number 1 is your charisma. Number 1 ability score is your charisma. Number 2 is either your dexterity or constitution. You pick.
Yep.
You don't need strength. You don't need intelligence. You don't need wisdom. You either need, and if you have dexterity, you don't need con. If you have con, you don't need dex.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna have you're gonna have a high armor class.
And you can cast Mage Armor. Well, that's really dope.
Yeah, Mage Armor is like your armor, but it becomes 13 plus dexterity. It's the best light armor in the game. It's ridiculous.
So wait. So if you run Mage Armor and then you have your dexterity at a 5, it becomes the best?
In theory, yeah, you'd be rocking out a dexterity of 18. Or
you'd be beating me.
My armor class is already 18.
You have what magic armor though?
That was from being a rogue. There was a rogue feat, or not a feat. Something in my rogue increased my armor class to Oh, what was it? Let me find it. So studded leather is 12 plus my dex modifier, which was 17, and then it's a +1 studded leather, so 18.
But yeah, if I was to have built my old warlock, that would be a Kalashtar warlock, Pact of the Chain for Pact Boon, and a Celestial Pact. So again, more healing.
Yep.
More damaging spells and a few other utility spells.
My thing is I want to get one of the other reasons I want to switch to Warlock is because I found out that it gives me the ability to teleport long before my other plan would. So that's like the idea of teleporting around your enemy and them just not being able to hit you.
Misty Step.
Maddening Hex. Sorry.
They get
Wrong one.
Misty Step, and I want to say at least one other.
Relentless Hex. No, wait. Yes. Your curse creates a temporary bond between you and your target. As a bonus action, you can magically teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of the target cursed by your hex spell, or by a warlock feature of yours, such as Hexblade's Curse. And to teleport this way, you must be able to see the target.
Yeah, and the other one is as soon as you get second level spell slots, you also get Misty Step.
I saw that as well. I'll be having level 4 spell slots.
And third level spell slots, or once you have those, you also have Thunder Step, which is a damaging teleport that also literally tells everybody within a certain range that you're there.
Yep. Sadly, I only have 2 spell slots. So using my spell slots for teleporting.
Oh, and you also get Dimension Door at 4th. The thing is, are you necessarily going to be using them all the time for damage? Probably not.
Relentless Hex, I plan on it.
That's not a spell slot. That's just an ability you can do.
Exactly. As a bonus action. And that's why I'm choosing that as one of my invocations. So when I curse my target and I cast darkness around them, I could just teleport around them and they can't do anything.
Yeah, basically the thing that's funny about warlocks is there are a couple funny things with their spells. One, Eldritch Blast is literally the only offensive spell you need in normal cases, because it's just ridiculously good for a cantrip.
That it is.
In cases like, say, when we fought, or like that vampire we fought,
had I actually hit,
you would have been burning spell slots, most likely. Because that's the kind of case where you want the extra damage that the spells can give, so long as you have such a spell.
Yeah.
That can also impact the target without impacting allies.
Oh, yeah. And for that, what's it called? Eldritch Blast, it's automatically going to be used as a 4th level spell. Well,
Actually,
it's based off of my level, not based
it's
off
of your level. It doesn't burn spell slots, thus it does not cast at 4th level.
Yeah, it's just a cantrip and it's based off of my spell. That's my level. That's what happened.
The other thing, with Vampire, this is something I mentioned. When you're grappled, you can still teleport. So you can use your spell slot to cast Misty Step and no longer be grappled. And Misty Step is, I believe, a bonus action.
That is correct.
So that means you can still do something else.
Misty Step is a bonus action?
Yes.
Yep.
Don't say.
You can still do something like, say, Eldritch Blast afterwards.
Thunder, you still with us?
Yeah, just listening away.
Nice. As a suggestion, as a suggestion to you in the future, you might want to consider preparing the spell Freedom of Movement.
I was looking at that one. It's on my screen right now.
For me?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what that one does.
Freedom of Movement, 4th level spell. It's an action to cast. It's not. It doesn't require concentration. You touch a willing creature for the duration. The target's movement is unaffected by difficult terrain and spells and other magical effects that can. Other spells and magical effects can either reduce the target's speed nor cause the target to become paralyzed or restrained. The target can also spend 5 feet of movement to automatically escape
Interesting.
from non-magical restraints, such as manacles or a creature that has it grappled.
Interesting.
So it's like, I spend 5. You have this cast. You spend 5 feet of movement of your 30 feet, and you're like, I'm not grappled anymore. And you can still move 25 feet. And even more awesome, does not require concentration.
Yeah. That's one I can take later because it's a 4th level spell.
As another aside, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Pat. On all this talk about multi-classing, given what you've kind of told me about what you want to do with Nyexzor, you may, with your high wisdom, want to consider multi-classing into monk. Because I think, like, a monk druid might actually be insanely devastating. Because here's the thing, right off the bat with monks, you get the following stuff. You get unarmored defense and martial arts. Unarmored defense essentially means, while you're not wearing armor, your armor class is equal to 10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your wisdom modifier. Which means your ace, what's your dexterity modifier? 3 right now?
Dexterity. Yeah, it's a 3.
Yeah. Your dexterity, your armor class automatically with just a single level goes up to 18. As opposed to the, like, I think it's 16 that it is right now.
Yeah.
You get the ability to make 2 attacks, because you can use you get martial arts, so your unarmed attack, you get unarmed attacks that would deal a d4, and you can make one of those as a bonus action. So 2 attacks. And as you get a few higher levels in monk, that unarmed damage increases. Last but not least, if you were to take even just 3 levels of monk, you would get an extra 10 feet of movement. You would get the ability to make yourself a dedicated weapon, so you could turn your shillelagh into a monk weapon. So you'd get your shillelagh, and you'd effectively get the ability to attack twice with your shillelagh with a whole lot of, or at least a little bit of extra damage. You would get key. You'd get a couple key points that you could spend to pretty awesome things. Starting at 2nd level, your training allows you to harness the mystic energy of ki. Your access to this energy is represented by a number of key points. Your monk level determines how many. You can spend this key. You can spend a key point to make 2 unarmed attacks as a bonus action. which I believe if you were to turn your shillelagh into a dedicated weapon, you could then make those attacks with your shillelagh. You can then you could spend a key point to essentially do the same thing that Pippin does right now, dash or disengage as a bonus action on your turn.
Sadly, that's not one of the features from Rogue I get.
Gonna have
So
to teach. If I could multiply, so you're gonna have to teach me.
it's
You
very
can.
simple.
Yeah, it's very simple as long as you have the correct stat, dependent on what class you want to go into.
He does.
Which I'm fairly sure most of us are able to class into practically any. Because I want to say you have to have at least a 13 in something.
Yep.
You probably have.
And my
Both
lowest
of
is
us have
15, so I.
Yeah, you can class into technically anything you want.
It's essentially, instead of getting, when you level up next, if you were to choose if you were hypothetically to choose monk, you would be a level 8 druid, level 1 monk. You would get a D4 for your martial arts die. You would get the unarmored defense. And that's essentially it. So you'd get that major boost. You would add your wisdom to your AC in addition to your dexterity. You can only do this when you're not wearing armor. And that's basically it. It's as simple as that. Now, if at level, that's if you were to go into monk at level 9. If you were to continue with monk at level 10, you would get the 10 extra feet of speed. You would get 2 key points. And you could turn any weapon, like your shillelagh, into a monk weapon. Now, in addition to that, instead of, say, Druid 8, Monk 2, you could go Druid 8, Monk 1, Fighter 1. So, multiclassing is very easy, and you can use that. Multiclassing, the quote-unquote best way to do it is classes that complement themselves. Like the character rebuild I'm thinking of, Sorcerer and Warlock both use Charisma. So,
yeah, but like the one I'd be considering is, which yes, I'm kind of considering it. It's going to be dependent on, do I want to lose 2 levels? Possibly getting 2 levels of fighter, primarily for that action surge and the extra damage output.
Action surge is probably I would argue that it's the second most powerful thing in the game.
Yeah, it's like
Second
it's like
only perhaps to Eldritch Blast.
Basically the rationale there. I can get 2 more attacks per turn by going 2 levels into fighter. That, and I also get a heal, and that's a self heal on a bonus action. So it's like, okay.
That is, I admit, the reason I'm going to end up taking 2 levels of fighter is because one of the gimmick for one of the abilities is it's a 5-hit melee attack. And the only way to get 5 attacks in this game is to either go 20 levels of fighter and have haste running, or have the ability to attack twice, attack as a bonus action, and then have action surge.
Yeah. Thing that is, it's the action surge on another as a multi-class ability is not as overpowered as if you're a pure fighter, because pure fighter at say 11th level would get 4 attacks when they action surge.
No, they get 6.
Oh yeah, it's 6 because because they get 6 attacks. I'd only get 4 plus 1 offhand if I'm doing melee. So it's ridiculous. And at 20th level, they have 2 action surges plus 3 extra attacks. So they do 4 attacks normally. They can do 8 attacks using an action surge. And they can use that action surge twice. Which I'd have to go and read. I want to say it's
twice per short rest.
Yeah, it's twice per short rest. And you can only use it once per turn.
Yep. In theory, a fighter could potentially get 10 attacks in a round. A fighter with the Eldritch Knight archetype could have haste running.
Oh, yeah.
4 attacks, action surge for another 4 attacks, haste for an extra action for 1 attack, that's 9. And if they're wielding 2 weapons,
that's a bonus action
for a 10th.
Yeah, because how I would do it is, if I wanted to maximize damage, I would do 2 levels of fighter solely for action surge. I then go into melee, because I do the exact same damage in melee as I do per attack, as I do at range. So yeah, it's slightly harder to hit, but it's the same damage. And I get an offhand attack. So I have 2 attacks with my main hand, 1 with my offhand, action surge, 2 more attacks with my main hand. For a total of 5 attacks in place of 4. So it's like, yeah, I can do a shit ton of damage that way. The question is do I want to give up one of my ability score improvements? Possibly. I don't know. I will have to look into it.
Actually, that's another potential scary multi-class for you is Fighter Thunder, because at 2nd level they get action. That action surge is straight up another action, which means
once per short rest.
Once per short rest, but that means 2 spells in a round.
I think they actually have a protection against that built into the rules.
They have protection against it with regards to quicken spell, but if you have 2 separate actions in a round, you can drop 2 spells.
Interesting, because I knew that there was a way that they try to block it, but it's still like ridiculous what you can do with the action surge.
Yep.
Because it just opens up so many different options.
Like I saw a build that was predominantly warlock with a little bit of sorcerer and 2 levels of fighter that effectively pumped out 3 eldritch blasts in a turn. That's something like 12d10 plus 60.
Oh god.
Because you can quicken Eldritch Blast, you cast it with your regular action,
and then action surge.
You cast it again.
So you cast it 3, and it's multiple rays per casting.
12d10.
And each casting is a d10 plus your modifier. That is just ridiculous.
It's 12d10 plus 60.
Because that's why it's so ridiculous of a spell already, is as it increases, instead of increasing the number of damage dice, it increases the number of beams, which means you're not just increasing the number of damage dice, you're increasing the number of guaranteed damage per hit.
Yeah.
But because you get that addition multiplier over and over again.
Like I said, 12d10 plus 60 is the
that is just insane.
Is what it turns out to.
Because then
only doing that a few times a day.
Yeah.
actually not even if you prioritize sorcerer, or even or even heaven forbid, drop warlock entirely and use the magic initiate to get Eldritch Blast. You could be 18 sorcerer, 2
With
fighter,
Eldritch
and
Blast.
be able to essentially almost spam that.
That is insane. And yeah, even with only the 2 fighter, you only get it once per short rest, the 3. But that still is just ridiculous.
And yeah, you can spam that because that's kind of your go-to thing, and sorcerers can burn spells and turn them into sorcery points.
Yeah, and you just get, but it's like you get the sorcery points just ridiculously.
Yeah.
It's I don't need this 9th level spell slot, or whatever the highest spell slot I have is. Here's a whole bunch of sorcery points instead. Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blast. That is just insane.
The most insane way I've ever seen it is they also injected 2 levels of lore mastery wizard from the Unearthed Arcana, because at 2nd level you can change any damage to any other type of damage. So you go just enough level, you go like 2 levels warlock to get agonizing blast, 2 levels fighter, 2 levels lore mastery wizard, so that's 6 and 14 sorcerer, and you're not adding, and you go draconic sorcerer because they get an ability that adds their charisma to damage for energy type spells, or a specific type of a specific energy type, and that would stack with agonizing blast. And lore mastery wizard lets you change the Eldritch Blast from force to whatever you want. So now you're quickening it a couple fewer times, but it's not 12d10 plus 60. It's 12d10 plus 120.
See, the other thing I'm debating on with my multi-class, and this goes back to Bordan, is possible multi-class into fighter. I could go that 3rd level to get the archetype.
Yep.
The problem is then I have to give up feral senses, which gives me the ability to fight things I can't see. Which basically, oh, you're invisible? I know if you're visible and within 30 feet of me, I know exactly where you are. So long as I'm not blind or deaf.
Well, I'll just hope you're not rolling initiative against Pippin then. Because 3/4 once told me one of the things he wants to do is be like a complete full-on sensory deprivation.
There is also that's another thing. Theoretically, I can actually negate that partially, at least for melee, because of the fighting style blind fighting, which gives 10 feet of blind sight, and that lets you see even invisible creatures. And it doesn't care if you're blind or whatnot. It's like, oh, you're invisible and within 10 feet. Hi there. Oh, you blinded me. Hi there.
Brief segue. I love the fact that we've been chatting now for well over an hour. Like, this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is a testament to how much all of us are enjoying the game.
Indeed.
We're still talking shop.
Yes. And I do record these as well, too.
Yep. And that, again, absolutely warms my heart, because it tells me that you're so excited, you're having so much fun that you can't just turn it off. You got to keep talking about it.
Hell yeah.
And it especially warms my heart for you, Pat, because you're probably one of the least talkative during the game.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the thing with my ranger. I don't necessarily build a character like my ranger to necessarily be the super talkative kind.
Okay.
Because honestly, looking at it, charisma was one of the dump stats.
Fair enough.
Go with it, because honestly, a ranger, especially one that's the stereotypical ranger that's primarily been out in, say, the wilderness for most of their life, isn't going to be very good with communicating with people.
Duly noted.
It's like, honestly, that makes sense to be the dump stat, especially since they don't usually don't use very much of the charisma.
Whatever. But
So it's like, yeah, I'll definitely try and find something, especially if it works for the character, to speak up.
Fair
Like,
enough.
say, the weather. Okay, I can forecast the weather all day long. I can find
Fair
you your traps almost all day long.
I
But-
bring it up. I mention that because I will confess I have found myself, like, now that I know it's a role-playing choice on your part, I am
And it also
vastly-
works into my own personality too. I'm not always the most talkative person unless it's something that works for me.
right, because I will admit I will confess some concern from time to time.
No, it's like, honestly,
You haven't been. I feel like your. I almost got the impression that your lack of communication was hinting a lack of enjoyment.
No,
Of the game.
honestly, I really like it, and it is both a role playing aspect, and it also works into my, as I said, my own personality. And it's like, honestly, it works very well for the
Okay.
character too. And I don't even have the character's sheet pulled up, but I know that charisma is one of the lower ones. I'm not going to try to talk to somebody, especially if they need to be convinced about something,
Fair enough.
because
Fair enough.
there has to be somebody in the party that can do that far better. I think the two dump stats I took I went with were strength and, I want to say I went strength, intelligence, and charisma, because they're a little bit lower on the list for the build I'm going with. I still need them all, except for charisma.
No big deal. Like I said, that was just one of those. As a DM, that concern has popped in and out of my head several times. But to hear you being such a chatterbox right now, it got fears. My fears are completely unfounded. So
Yeah.
it means a lot that everyone's enjoying this. Like I said, the more you guys have fun, the more it makes the better it makes me want to work. The harder it makes me want to work. And I will screw up from time to time. Case in point today. Those legendary resistances, the 3 times the 3 auto pass saves. Yeah, I thought that was 3 automatic saves every round.
Yeah, it's not every round like the legendary actions,
Yeah.
which are very lucky for the players, because holy shit, are they powerful. That is basically
I used the legendary resistance like 5 times.
Yeah. And I wasn't necessarily going to be able to speak up about that because while I knew that, you were playing it well enough to make it so it was harder to metagame on it.
Yep.
So it's like, honestly, I actually personally really like that, because it can be easy to metagame that, especially once you know about them.
When we say metagame, Thunder, because you're new to this, metagame is you bring in and use information from outside the game that your character may not know.
Yeah, like with the vampire. Personally, I know that they have the 3 legendary resistances per day. My character doesn't. I know they have the 3 legendary actions per turn. My character doesn't necessarily know that, or the limitations of that. I also, as a player, know that they have their healing both on the bite and on the start of their turn, depending on if they've taken, the start of their turn depends on if they've taken radiant damage, or if they're in sunlight, or if they're in water. So it's like, okay, my character might not know that, but I can theoretically be like, oh, I don't have radiant damage, but I can throw water at you all day long.
Mm-hmm.
And there goes your healing. My character doesn't know that, though. Why the hell would they throw water at it when they could throw a fireball?
Yeah.
That's like the rationale there. Is why would I switch up what I would do to something that seems absolutely worthless unless my character actually knows? And so it's like you try to avoid that at all costs. It still slips in there, as I said, especially with things like the legendary resistance. You end up being like, do I want to throw this fireball at them? Or do I want to throw this cantrip that's a all or nothing cantrip? Because it's a roll. Or because it's a save. But they haven't used their legendary resistance. No, I'm not going to throw that. I'm going to throw this weaker cantrip at them that they can't legendary resist. And it's like, why would you change that up unless you know about the legendary resistances? That's the kind of thing that you try to avoid. Are those really just, it makes no sense for the character because of that.
And so, there's always gonna be slip ups and mistakes, and yeah. What it ultimately boils down to, and I say this with the highest praise, especially you, Pat, you probably had at least a dozen opportunities to even subtly slip metagaming in under the radar, and you haven't done it, and that is, quite frankly, inspiring for me. In no uncertain terms, you're probably one of the top 10 best D&D players I've had the privilege of running a game for. Credit where it's due.
The one thing I will note is with that, other things that get into it. Dragons are another big one. When you run into dragons, you start noticing that their breath weapons are different shapes. Your character might not know what shape said dragon's breath weapon is. Because some it's a line, some it's a cone.
Those are the only two.
Those are the only two. You don't necessarily know. Am I dealing with, say, one that has a breath weapon of a cone or a straight line until it uses it?
See, from my perspective, and this is just so you guys are aware as well, dragons are one of those things that there are going to be well-known and famous stories about.
Yeah.
And information, like there is some information that is relatively common knowledge that most times I won't have you roll for. Blue dragons breathe lightning. Red dragons breathe fire. All the chromatic dragons are evil. The metallic dragons are good.
Yep.
Those kinds of things. Like figuring out what breath weapon a dragon has is something anyone can try, whether they have ranks in Arcana or not. What is less well known is that, say, some dragons are all like, the older the dragon gets, the more powerful a spellcaster they become.
Yeah.
Because I haven't done too much in the way of dragons, but in previous editions, as dragons got older, they got spells.
Yeah. And like one thing I'd say with where I would actually work it in a semi proper way with, say, a dragon, the fact that we have, say, Nyexzor in the party, he's going to be fairly similar to a blue dragon in terms of his breath weapon. So you can assume that a blue dragon's breath weapon is probably going to be a straight line.
Yep. Well,
if it follows the Dragonborn.
Well, again, that would be common knowledge from like stories or books.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do have a question.
I hope I have an answer.
So if you multi-class into something, do you gain that class's proficiencies?
Yes.
No.
Actually, I want to say it's yes, but I'd have to go and look again.
You gain a precious few other proficiencies.
Yeah, I think it's partial. I know it's does something.
Yep.
I'd have
Give
to
me
go
a second
look.
to.
It's not something I've looked at in a while. I don't even remember one. Probably a couple years now. Yeah, it was I think it was nearly 3 years ago now that I last looked at it.
Okay.
I want to say it's yes, but I can't say for sure.
I will look this up. I'm going through the player's handbook now.
So I want to say it does give you its weapon proficiencies, and
Not always. It
I want to say it's
depends on
armor.
the class.
Yeah, 'cause it might vary, but as I said, I know it does something more. It does give you a fair amount of the first level stuff.
Okay.
You get
But it doesn't give you the
class features. You get those, but the proficiencies are a little more complicated.
Yeah, because it does not give you the equipment, because that makes no sense.
Yeah. Specifically, I'm looking at the skills.
The skills I'd have to look at again.
Because, Warlock, it's choose 2 from this list, but then Rogue is choose 4 from this list.
Yeah, hang on. I'm nearly there. Proficiencies. When you gain a level in a class other than your first, you only gain some of that class's starting proficiencies, as shown in this multi-classing proficiency table. You're going into Warlock.
Yes.
You only get light armor and simple weapon proficiency.
Okay.
Okay.
I said, because I knew it gave you something, but I did not remember what.
Like, if you were starting in Warlock and going into Rogue, you would get light armor, one skill from the Rogue skill list, and Thieves tools. If you're looking for additional skill proficiency, you might want to start off as a Warlock and go into Rogue.
Yeah,
that's
as
what I'm thinking.
Starting in Rogue and going into Warlock.
Okay.
But I think starting in Rogue gives you a bunch of skill proficiencies that Warlock doesn't.
Yeah.
Yep.
And because with the skill proficiencies, actually any of the proficiencies except for I think saving throws, you can resolve that with a feat if you're willing to spend your ability score improvement on a feat. So it's like you have to decide what you want to do with that.
Yeah. I'm actually I almost feel like I'm guaranteed to go into a feat.
And then the
for
question
my
is there a
fourth
feat
level.
you want more than, say, spending it on skills or proficiencies?
Yeah.
But there are feats that can solve that as well. It just keep in mind that costs you a feat and an ability score improvement. But yeah, I might actually, since I am debating on it, I might end up. Ew. Let's see this. Didn't realize we had this link here, and it was nice. Let me scroll back down because I need to figure this out for myself if it's worth it. Because I don't necessarily need the proficiencies, but proficiencies are always nice.
Probably head off.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah, this is. Oh,
Well,
geez, this video is gonna be even longer than the last one.
Probably. But before you go, if I may offer one other piece of advice, one of the main reasons I suggested Monk as a potential multi-class for you, Thunder, there is a at third level, like how druids pick their circles. Every class between levels 1 and 3 gets a few options. One of the ones for Monk is Way of the Ascendant Dragon. At third level, those unarmed strikes I was telling you about, you can, instead of doing, bludgeoning damage or like punching someone, you can punch them with acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison. So, food for thought.
Alrighty, yeah.
You get
Probably
some
talk more whenever.
Cool. I'll probably reach out to you tomorrow night for some storm chasers, and hopefully we can get in more of that SC Inception.
I want to try that.
I'll probably try to do something. Well, maybe Thursday, depends on when I end up leaving for Cedar Point on Friday.
Fair enough. All right. Thunder just wanted to pass on that one little bit of info and get some sleep, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. See you guys
All right. Have a good one.
whenever.
See ya.
Bye, guys. Good night.
Have a good one.